Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all members of Parliament. I would like to invite all of the IIUM Student Parliament's members to be seated as our Parliament will begin shortly. Please fill in the attendance form by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. We seek your cooperation to put your mobile phones on silent mode or turn them off because the Parliament will start shortly. Please be informed that due to the shortage of mic, some members of Parliament needs to share some mics with one of the others. We are sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before we start, I would like to double check with the Commission members whether our quorum is met for this morning's session.
Yes, we have reached the quorum.
To gain blessings from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, we will begin our sitting with the recitation of dua. Therefore, I would like to invite Brother Said Ilyas Iblan Aidid bin Said Muhammad Suhaimi, second year student from Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Kuliah of Islamic Religion Knowledge and Human Science, to recite the dua. Please welcome. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Walhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Ya Allah, Ya Fa'alu ilma yuri. Oh Allah, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend this event on this auspicious day. Oh Allah, we ask you for the safety of our religion and the welfare of our body. Oh Allah, Lord of the Infinite Authority, make the days that we go through start with your mercy, continue with your blessing, and righteous guidance, and with your forgiveness. Make the days that we go through spent in your obedience. Adorn us with the adornment of righteousness, and clothe us with the ornament of the pious in spreading good behavior, lowering the wing of humility, beauty of conduct, advancing towards excellence, avoiding condemnation, being gracious to the undeserving, speaking truth through bitter. Ya Allah, Ya Muhaymin, Ya Aziz, Ya Jabbar. Let our effort as a means to enlighten and convince ourselves that the personal safety of our either outer or inner is a prerequisite for achieving happiness and excellence in various fields. O Allah, grant us faith and strength in order to face the challenges of life during these needy yet friendly times and in the face of life in this new norm. Ya Allah, Ya Farij al-Kham, Ya Rashid al-Kham, Ya Mali Abadihi, Ya Rafiru wa Ya Kham. O Allah, show us guidance and adjust our path and ways to achieve happiness and glory. Let us listen to people who like the good things. Let us avoid doing the bad and evil things. O Allah, bless our lives in this gathering and prevent us from harm and unfortunate events. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you, Brother Said Ilyas, for the dua recitation. We will continue our sitting with the recitation of Asma'ul Husna, Malaysian National Anthem, Negaraku, and IIUM song, Leading the Way. Everyone, please arise.
يا من هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم القابض الباسط الخافض الرافع المعز المذل السميع البصير الحكم العدل اللطيف الخبير العليم العظيم الغفور الشكور العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيم الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود المجيد الباعث الشهيد الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحسن المبدع المعين المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الاول الاخر الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البر التواب المنتقم العفو الرؤوف المالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام المحسن الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير اللهم صل أفضل الصلاة على أسعد المخلوقات كسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوماتك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك ذاكرون وغفل عن ذكر الغافلون. Light the future, share wisdom through the spirit of His love. Revelation and reason shall the sun shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge in the Khalifa will fulfill the Amana. Together we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of hip-hop. IIUM is to realize the meaning of Ramadan al-Arabi. Together we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of hip-hop. IIUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all those for all mankind.
Dear members of Parliament, you may be seated. To all members of Parliament, all Executive Committee of members of IIUM Student Union, all presidents or representatives from each Kuliah-based society, KBS, all president or representatives from each Mahalah Representative Committee, MRC, and all president or representatives from each student body of IIUM, brothers and sisters. My name is Muhammad Adam Muhammad Rosli, second year student from Kuliah of Education, and I am the Secretary of IIUM Student Parliament Commission 2023-2024. For your information, this parliament is streaming live on the IIUM Student Parliament YouTube channel. For your information, we will start today's parliament with the endorsement of the Speaker, Deputy Speaker 1 and Deputy Speaker 2 for IIUM Student Central Parliament. In accordance with Article 8 and Article 10 in IIUM Student Central Parliament Standing Order, the Parliament will conduct the business of electing the Speaker. I have received 3 proposals for the election of the Speaker, Deputy Speaker 1 and Deputy Speaker 2. The proposals came from the President of IIUM Student Union. In accordance with Article 10.2 Paragraph C of IIUM Student Central Parliament Standing Order, I hereby declare that our Speaker for Central City is Sister Auni Afiqah binti Muhammad Johari. Deputy Speaker 1 is Brother Muhammad Aiman Ilhami bin Muhammad Rafizan, and our Deputy Speaker 2 is Sister Nur Ain Nabilah binti Muhammad Rosli. However, our Deputy Speaker 2, Sister Ain, will not be able to attend our Central Parliamentary sitting today. Based on Article 19.3 Paragraph C, it is stated in the Standing Order Public Business that if only one member or person be so proposed and second as the Speaker, he or she shall be declared by the Secretary without questions put to have been elected. As a reminder, according to Article 19.2 Paragraph C, we will not have any discussion, debate, or opinion, as we only received 3 names for the Speaker, Deputy Speaker 1 and Deputy Speaker 2. Therefore, there is no voting process involved in today's meeting. Without further ado, I would like to invite the President of IIUM Student Union, Brother Ahmad Muntasir bin Aznan, to meet the Bai'ah members of Parliament. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I, member of IIUM Student Parliament, solemnly pledge under oath that I shall at all times 1. Uphold the good name, philosophy, vision, and mission of the International Islamic University Malaysia and IIUM Student Parliament. Second, uphold the standing order of the IIUM Student Parliament and give due respect to all the other members as required by the Islamic ethics. Third, never in any manner do the prohibited act as follows. To use any words that would tarnish the image of the university. To use any words that may lead to anti-government or anti-university. To use words that cause hatred among races. To give out any statement which deem to offend other members. To use words that are deemed to be rude. To mention the name of other members in my speeches. I shall use the motion. I shall use the notion of brother, sister, observer, or any other notion approved by the speaker. Mention the act of members of the IIUM Student Parliament, except for act in executing his duty in any debate. Acknowledge the power of the speaker and deputy speaker. To reject or to amend the motion according to as he wishes, or to stop the debate and dictate that the motion or the amendment of the motion shall no longer be debated. If in the judgment of the speaker that any motion or amend motion or any debate on the motion or on its amendment constitutes to breach of law, to expel the members effective immediately to sit on the IIUM Student Parliament for 1 semester. If they give out any statement which misleads the members of the IIUM Student Parliament with the intention to insult the speaker or deputy speaker, I hereby declare that I, as a member of the IIUM Student Parliament, accept all the above as binding upon all the IIUM Student Parliament members, fully aware that if I ever commit any act as opposed to this oath, it will make me liable to receive a penalty as according to the standing order of IIUM Student Parliament.
Thank you, Brother Muntasir and all members of Parliament. You may be seated. Now, I would like to invite Brother Muntasir bin Azman, the President of IIUM Student Union again, to give his opening and plenary speech. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, thank you to my fellow officers of IIUM Union, my colleagues and fellow student leaders from respective KBS and MRCC. Welcome to IIUM Student Parliament. Firstly, I would like to thank you to all commissioners of IIUM Student Parliament who have given their full commitment and hard work to make this parliament sitting a success. Please give a round of applause. So, I think some of you guys might be the first time in this parliament sitting. Me myself, I'm in my first parliament sitting, central parliament sitting. So I think most of us are having our debut here today. So I really hope that all of the members of parliament can give their full commitment and give their full ideas to debate or to question any motion that we are bringing today. Because at the end of the day, all of this motion that we want to bring today is for the benefit of our biggest stakeholder, which is our students. So I would like to give Prof. Akmal, our Deputy Director, Student Affairs and Community Engagement, regards. I want to give his salam to all of you guys because he couldn't attend today's sitting. So inshallah, later next meeting maybe we can have him to give the opening speech lah, inshallah. So as you guys can see, the tagline of our student parliament itself, empowering students' voice. So basically, we all the members of parliament here, we all bring the student voice. So each one of you will be questioned of all the voices that you bring with your all stakeholders. All of ourselves, we ourselves are students. We also came to the center with our friends. We go to the same mahala with our friends. We go to the same cafes. We eat the same food with our friends. But the difference between us is that we are student leaders, so we have to bring their voices to the right places. And inshallah, by organizing this parliament sitting, I believe we can empower all of these student voices regardless of your locality, whether Gombak, Kuantan, and Pago. I would like to also welcome all of our members of parliament from Kuantan and Pago too. I believe most of them arrived yesterday. Nak pun datang ke parliament saya. Apa nanti? Parliament banjir kau sendiri. Itu lah. Okay. So I think that's all for today. I really hope that we can have a healthy and fruitful discussion today, inshallah. And looking forward for the fruitful ideas coming from all the members of parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Muntasir, for the wonderful speech. Dear members of parliament, now I would like to pass the floor to the speaker to proceed with today's parliament with briefing on the flow and etiquette through this sitting. Thank you, and please welcome.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum everyone. Assalamualaikum to all the members of the parliament, the executive officers, and also the student leaders. My name is Nur Awni Afrika binti Muhammad Johari, your speaker for today. And I'll be joined with my deputy speaker, Brother Ayman. And now we'll proceed to today's parliament with briefing on the flow and ethics throughout this sitting. Alright. Okay, can we move on forward this slide? So firstly, the quorum. At least one of the members must be present at the parliament for each proceedings. Number two, list of voting members will be only for fixed members according to the standing order, which consists of number one, all executive committee members of the IIUM Student Union Content Campus. I believe IIUM Student Union. All presidents or representatives from each Kuliah-based society. All presidents or representatives from each Mahala representative committee. The president or representatives of postgraduate student society. The president of representatives from each student body which is under the purview of the following: Counseling and Care Department, Entrepreneurship Development Center, IIUM World Debate and Oratory Center, Masjid Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah. I think this one, this script is back to the Kuantan Parliament, I believe. So for the members of parliament, I believe that everyone is aware. We also have observers with us today. So for the voting of the motion, the members of the parliament need to vote for number one, either approve, reject, or abstain, do not want to vote agree or disagree. So the total of voting members will be deducted from the number of abstain. For number three, ethics. For all the students, for all the members of parliament, you are required to please remain silent all the time unless the speaker or deputy speaker allow you to speak. Do not speak unless you get approval from the speaker. To get approval to speak, raise up your hand and address the society you represent, and whether you want to amend, debate, suggest, or question. Amendment can be applied to the title of the motion. Motion is open for the first 20 minutes of debate. The motion can be amended in all or any following methods. Number one, by leaving out certain words in order to insert other words, by leaving out certain words, or by inserting or adding other words. If you want to cancel your request to speak, please put down your hand. The speaker reserves the authority to intervene in the speech of any members that breach any rules and ethics. Always be straight to the point when delivering your speech. Do not repeat the same amendment, argument, suggestion, or question. Observers may only give their opinion when all members have done debate but do not have power to vote. Motions will be approved and accepted if it receives a simple majority from the attendee. So this is the time allocation for each motion. So the presentation of the motion will only be given for 5 minutes for each presenter, and then we'll proceed the debate of the motion for 15 minutes, and then we'll have the observer session. But this one I will have to confer with commission because in the standing order we don't have for the observer session, but still, are we going to proceed with observer comment session? Yes, all right. So 5 minutes for observer comment session, and then we proceed to the voting of motion for 5 minutes. So the time allocation for all, we believe, is around 30 minutes for each motion. So before we begin, we'd like to welcome the members of the whole IIUM Student Parliament Central sitting again. Now we're moving to the IIUM SU question time. I would like to invite Brother Mutasi, the President of IIUM Student Union, to conduct the question and answer Q&A session. Please welcome.
So I believe this IMSU question time is provided for all the members of parliament to ask any questions to IMSU before the parliament. So,
Yeah. Do we have any with the members of the parliament? Okay, so if you don't have,
anything really, maybe speaker, can you enlighten us about what?
question. It can be based on the related to the parliament today. Any question that related to something that happened before the parliament, you are aware of or you want to suggest, or any question that related to IIMSU person. Yes, please.
Testing. I am audible. Assalamualaikum. I'm Fadiha from Mahala Sunaya, MRCC. I have only one question. Out of all motions, how many motions did IIMSU submit for today?
I believe from IIUM Student Union, we have around 10 motions that were sent today.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Assalamualaikum. My name is Al. I'm from IMAC. I would like to ask, is there any proper etiquette if we like to go to the toilet during the parliamentary session? I believe this is my question for IMAC.
I think you can just leave as long as you don't really disturb the whole parliament session. Okay, so thank you to Brother Mutasi for leading the question and answer session. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our first motion. So before we start our parliament, I'd like to announce there are 11 motions in total that will be debated today, not including emergency motions. So the maximum number of emergency motions that can be proposed is 3, which can be proposed at the end of the motions, at the end of the 11th motion. So as a reminder, everyone to discuss, debate, or give their opinion during the debate session, please raise up your hand. But because of our peripheral view is quite limited, so please turn on your mic and that you wish to speak, okay? So we can entertain which part of you come from. Okay, and then the speaker itself will decide the order and call the member who first catches his or her attention. For that, I would like to inform the members of the hall, once the amendments are approved for the motion, we will continue to sit with the approved amendment immediately. Okay, so for motion number 1, with the title of endorsement of IIUM SU executive officers, without further ado, I would like to invite Brother Ahmad, President of IIUM SU, to present the first motion entitled the endorsement of IIUM SU executive officers.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So the motion number 1 for today is the endorsement of IIUM's delegated officers. So let us start with the endorsement of officers. Next. So we appointed several new officers in the span of few months. So basically, we as you all know, we have been divided into few seats, which is central seats and locality seats. So for the central seats, we have appointed Sister Wan Sophia binti of Education Gombak, Sister Siti Hajar binti Suhaimi for Office of Communication, Advocacy and Promotion (OCAD) Gombak, and Sister Farah Amalin Malini binti Muhammad Zaki for Office of Islamization and Student Development ISD Gombak. Next. Right. That's all.
Okay, so for the first motion is quite simple. It is the endorsement of IIUM executive officers. So we'll move on to the debate session, which I believe will still open the debate floor. If there's any for the motion number 1. Open one. Alright, okay, if there is, okay.
Last would like to speak. So I want to ask for the first candidate for Olaf, if I can see her matric number is 23. So she's a first year student, is it? Choose to appoint her as the officer for Olaf.
Alright. So basically, we're referring to our constitution of our student union in a situation where there is a vacancy in the seats. So basically, Article 11, the main board shall have the discretion to appoint any person to fill any vacancy in the association. So basically, the process of selecting these new officers, we have open form basically to all students to fill in to apply for the vacancy. So basically, Sister Wan Sophia is one of our candidates. So the main board, the process is when we after we receive the application, we will proceed with the interview session with all the main boards, and then the main boards will decide on the all candidates. So basically, among all candidates that have applied for Office of Legal Affairs, we found that Sister Sophia is one of the better candidates among all the candidates for Office of Legal Affairs.
Thank you. Any other members of parliament that wish to speak? Okay, I believe there is none. Okay, so we would like to open for the observers. Yes, please.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. My name is Noha, Chairman for the Election Commission. I just would like to confirm. Brother Mugasi mentioned regarding the constitution. So, which constitution that you are referring to? Is it like Constitution amended 2023 or Constitution amended 2022? Thanks.
We are referring to the latest constitution that has been passed through this central parliament also, which is 2023.
Alright, thank you. Any more from the members? Sorry, the observers. So that will be all for the observer session. Now we'll proceed with the voting for the motion. So for the voting of this motion is voting for the endorsement of IIUM Student Union Executive Officers. So the voting process is to be held through the method of show of hands by all members, and the secretary is responsible for the counting of votes. So please cast your vote by raising up your hand. So the time allocation will be for 5 minutes. We will call for members of the parliament that vote for approve. Please raise your hand. Can I get a number, please?
Um, 21 for yes.
All right, thank you. Now calling for reject. Please raise your hand. All right, calling for abstain. How many members you have to be?
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes.
Correction for the approve.
Yeah.
This actually 56.
56.
Yes.
All right, so approve is 0 and approve is 56, reject is 0, and abstain is 0. All right, all right. So ladies and gentlemen, the result of the endorsement of IIUM is approved. The total of 56 approved, 0 reject, and 0 abstain. Okay. Now let us proceed to the second motion, which is the endorsement of IIUM as to Election Commission and IIUM Student Parliament Commission vacancies. So for that, I would like to invite again Madam Mudassi bin Adnan to present the second motion. Please welcome.
Alright, so the second motion is the endorsement of IIUM Student Parliament Commission. I believe it is affiliated with Election Commission. So next, so there are a few new commissioners that we have appointed. The first is Muhammad Azwan bin Ahmad Syahid for Vice Chairman of Parliament Commission. Then Brother Muhammad Adam Muhammad Rusli as Secretary 1 for Parliament Commission. And then Sister Nur Fadwa binti Muhammad Azid as Secretary 2 for Parliament Commission. Next. Sister Nur Fatin Nabila binti Muhammad Azmi, Financial Controller for Parliament Commission. Sister Nurin Alisha binti Muhammad Isyamuddin, Legal Affair 2 for Parliament Commission. And then Syed Ilyas Idlan ID bin Syed Muhammad Suhaimi, Parliament Coordinator. Next is Brother Muhammad Aidil Akil bin Muhammad Yusof, Parliament Coordinator. Sister Aimatun Fariha binti Abdul Halim, Secretariat of Parliament Commission. And Brother Adam Badaki bin Saad, Secretariat for Parliament Commission. Next. Next, Brother Muhammad Hazlam Zakwan bin Rose Hisham, Secretariat for Parliament Commission. Sister Siti Nur Shukrina binti Zaid Azmi for Secretariat of Parliament Commission. And Brother Shazwan Syahmi bin Muhammad Suhaimi, Secretariat for Parliament Commission. Ada post there. Right, so that's all for the commission.
Alright, thank you, Brother. See, now we open the floor for debate. Any members of the parliament that wish to speak? None? Alright, yes, please.
Right, Adi from Castellan, Sago. I have this question about this Parliament Commission is only often for Lombok campus only, or maybe it can be from Pantai Pago students? The question.
The nomination is open for student for all papers.
Any following question?
Alright, the following question is about does this often lead to Pago previously? Because of there is a call it as there is an announcement or anything else, and how many from Pago that fill in the form or anything else to be the Parliament Commission? Thank you.
I believe because, as we all know, Parliament Commission is a centralized body. So the announcement, any such announcement or information regarding Parliament Commission is we do it centralized. Yeah. So it's been informed on the IIUM Parliament Commission in social media forwarded. And I'm doing it.
Yes, please.
If I may add, from Pago we have the Election Commission, we have two positions only. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we have Vice Chairman D, and also we have Registrar. Oh, sorry.
All right. Thank you. Any more questions or point of order? Yes, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Muhammad Raif from RKHSS. I just want to know what is the requirements for the to fulfill the requirements for Parliament Commission members.
For Parliament Commission, for commissioners, I believe there's no such requirement. Just in manner of applying in the Google Forms, and then we will conduct an interview to SU selection committee, and then we will appoint the commissioner.
All right. Yes, please.
If I may add, commissioners should not be the executive members of IIUM.
All right. Okay. Any more from the members? Okay, so that's for the debate session. Let's move on for the observer comment session. If there's any. None. All right. Now we'll move on to the voting session. We'll proceed with the voting of the second motion. All right. So voting for approve. Please raise your hand.
Number of approved 55.
Calling for reject. Zero, right? Calling for abstain. Okay. Zero. Okay. So the result of the endorsement of IIUM SU Election Commission and IIUM Student Parliament Commission vacancy is approved with a total of 55 approved, 0 reject, and 0 abstain. Okay. Okay, now we'll move on to the motion number 3, amendment of IIUM SU elections rules and regulations.
The motion
endorsement election commission. Election commission.
Election commission.
This is private motion. The endorsement of EC and SPC. For the endorsement of the motion of IIUM Student Parliament Commission, not election commission.
Alright. Okay. So it has to be mentioned separately.
We send separately. Tapi tadi you mention the second motion tu you mention dulu.
Alright, I believe that the commission is being amended to be merged into one motion, right? So it was submitted as two different motions, but during the filtering motion session, it was amended to combine both of the motion together.
We haven't been informed about it. So tadi
Oh, I see. So you just present the first part.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we proceed? Okay. So we'll proceed with the IIUM endorsement of IIUM Student Parliament Commission vacancy.
Election. Right. So this is the endorsement of election commission. Next. Alright, next. So the new commissioners that have been appointed is first Sister Nurul Shahira binti Saiful Anwar for Vice Chairman 2, and then Brother Muhammad Nazmi bin Abdul Rahman, Vice Chairman 3, and then Brother Raja Arisa Budis bin Raja Rosari, Secretary 2, next. Brother Syamil Irsyad bin Zainul Abidin for Financial Controller 2, and then Brother Ahmad Aziz bin Ahmad Tamizi for Registration. Next. Okay. So next is Sister Wardah binti Amran for registration, and then Sister Umairah binti Mafarid Selamat for media and advocacy. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we'll move on to the voting session. I think we'll combine if it's allowed. Alright, so endorsement of IIUM, because previously we have 55 votes were approved, as we have currently 56 on the parliament. Everyone are required to cast a vote, okay? So if you not approve or not reject, please do abstain. So again, we'll do the voting for endorsement of IIUM Election Commission and IIUM Student Parliament Commission election vacancy. So calling for members of parliament that approve, please raise your hand.
Number of approved, 55.
Okay, you have that you have that it goes. All right. Number of approved is 55. Calling for reject. Okay. Calling for abstain.
Zero.
So we like to call the commission to call, to recount the totals of members of parliament that has it. Probably one of them going to toilet. Is 56 through the Google form or just counted? Not counted.
One minute.
Alright, Ms. Speaker, for the total number of the quorum is 55, not 56. So basically for the attendance, I would like to remind to all members of the parliament to fill in the attendance as for now we only receive for 11 MPs only. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, for the result of endorsement of IIUM SU Election Commission and IIUM Student Parliament Commission election vacancy is approved with the total of 55 approved, 0 returned, and 0 abstained. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the third motion, which is the amendment of IIUM SU Elections Rules and Regulations. Now I would like to invite Brother Muhammad Al-Fatih bin Azmi from Office of Legal Affairs at IIM Student Union to present the third motion. Please welcome.
Sitting consisting of all Gombak, Pantai, and Harbour campuses. I don't think this is actually major. Next one. Oh, by the way, just to guide you guys, the one that is bold is the one that is we amend. Basically, I just copy paste the existing standing order, and I bold the one that I we amended. So this one there is no amendments. Just to the next slide. Okay, on order 4, we refresh the word hostel to mahala because that's the more familiar terms that we use in this university. And then under paragraph J, we have corrected the actual name because in the existing standing order it mentions selection motion committee, where it actually should be motion selection committee, so it's just a matter of typo. Okay, next amendment. Next one. And then, okay, for order 17, where it involves proceedings of first meeting of the parliament. So basically, before this, the election of speaker and election of deputy speaker is actually on the different sitting. So we have the first order of business and then we have the actual sitting, right? So by having this amendment, we are trying to make it into one sitting only, where we can have election of speaker and election of deputy speaker in the actual sitting. All right. For the next amendment is on order 29.2, where the speaker, if necessary, may extend the time of sitting after 5:30 p.m. Meaning to say that if we have unfinished business, unfinished motion after 5:30, the speaker may have the jurisdiction to extend the time. But then the existing standing order does not mention until what time or to what extent can we extend the time. So IIMSU try to propose that we limit it to 9 p.m. to attend any unfinished business. After 9 p.m., everyone, the parliament should be dismissed already. Alright, next amendment. Okay, this one is basically a new part where we do not have this in existing standing order. So we put 4 new clauses, 4 new orders into this part. So the importance of this part is that we do have IIM SU question time, right? But we never have the invitation or methodology of asking questions, where the last time we have had question time was during Aminasin time, purely because the commission at the time was one of the pioneers of the parliament. So basically, this amendment is to make it more constructive so that people understand what is the manners and what is the importance of having this session of IIUM question time. So for the order 31, the purpose of introducing the question section is to clarify and specify the method to whom and what kind of questions can be asked in Parliament. And order 32, next. Okay, for the order 32, which is notice of questions, this basically discuss on the method of submitting questions in order to facilitate proper timing due to the rigorous nature of our Parliament. Before I continue with order 33, I think maybe you guys want to have 1 minute to actually read the order. Can we previous slide? Yeah. 1 minute just to read the new standing order 32. A question shall not be asked without notice unless the speaker is of the opinion that it is of an urgent character and relates to either to a matter of public importance or to the arrangement of public business, and the member has obtained the permission of the speaker to ask it. And then order 32.2, notice of every question shall be given to secretary by a member in writing not later than 2 days prior to the sitting. And then 32.3, if a member requires an oral answer to his question, he shall mark his notice or reply. And then order 32.4, a member may not ask more than 1 question for oral reply and more than 2 questions for written reply in any one Parliament sitting. Okay, now for the amendment of for the proposal of order 33, which talks about contents of question. Basically, in order to benefit the most out of question time, we need to make sure the questions are purely informative in nature and not to cause controversy or confuse other MPs. It's basically to protect the sanctity and decorum during the sitting without certain provocation like hypothetical questions and all. Next slide. So this is basically the method that the members of Parliament need to abide. Like I mentioned, it is proposed just to make sure we have manners in terms of asking during IIM question time. Okay, next slide. And the last one for this part is order 34. Basically, this order explains the procedure of each question time during the sitting. Basically, around 10 minutes so that it doesn't take too long or get carried away during the IIM question time. Alright, next slide. Okay, and then we also propose to amend part 3 where we change it to part 5. We rephrase it to rules of debate, and then the amendment is on order 45 where we basically insert new wording of rising to a point of information. Basically, we just complete the existing standing order to make sure it makes sense. And then we also propose to amend rule 46 on the behavior of members, specifically on the attire during the Parliament sitting. Next slide. Where we change the word jacket to national dress. So after this, we propose to have we propose to allow the members of Parliament to wear their national dress during the Parliament sitting. National dress consists of baju Melayu, baju kurung, and also baju batik, if I may. Alright, and then for the new standing order 47, this is also for the behavior of members of Parliament. This is on the right of speaker to be heard in silence. Wait.
Is there any? Is there a
Yeah. Okay, so new standing order 47 is basically to just give the speaker right to be heard without any interpretation, especially when it matters lah. Okay, next slide. And then we will also put new standing order 48. Basically, this standing order is to give right to the speaker to have their decision being final and undisputed. When there is dispute and the speaker gives his or her decision, members of Parliament basically just need to respect it because it is undisputed. And then for the order 49, this order is basically to give speaker right to order any Parliament members who he thinks has misbehaved in Parliament to stop and discontinue speech. And to some extent, if the speaker may the speaker may withdraw the members of parliament from the sitting. And then for the last amendment, all fixed members may only occupy and have the right to vote for one seat at the parliament sitting, because in the existing standing order, it basically did not mention anything about the voting power. So this new amendment is basically just to explain that one seat equal only to one vote in parliament sitting. I think that's all for the amendment of standing order. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Brother do the members need time for you to go through the standing orders, or should we proceed directly to the debate motion? We will take time. Okay, we'll give like 5 minutes for you guys to go through the standing orders before we open for the debate. Berarti Pak.
We only have 1 minute more.
Alright, so we have 1 minute left. We will invite every of the members of parliament to take their seat. Alright, members of parliament, I'd like to invite every one of you to take your seat as we will resume.
Everyone, please remain seated. We will start our debate session now.
Okay, so before we continue with the debate session, there are some technicalities in our first motion, which is we approve with the 56 of vote of approve. So the House will like to reject the motion and do a request for the vote. So before we go to the debate session, we will do a vote session for motion number 1. All right? Okay. So for motion number 1, with the title of endorsement of IIUM as executive officers, again, I would like to invite members of parliament that vote for approve. Please raise your hand.
Total approved 45.
Calling for reject.
Zero.
0. Calling for abstain. Please raise your hand.
Total abstain 8.
So the result of the endorsement of IIUM as executive officers is approved with a total of 45 approved, 0 reject, and 8 abstain. Alright. Okay, so now we'll continue with the let us continue with the debate session for motion number 4, amendments of standing orders of IIUM Student Parliament Central. So the floor is open for the debate. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Al. I'm from Pasua. I'm representing IMAC. I have a question for motion number 4. Specifically 53F. It says that you cannot ask question for reaction or hypothetical question. I'm just a bit curious. What do you mean by hypothetical question? Does it mean I cannot ask what if question? Because if I cannot ask what if question, that creates a, I would say, a dangerous precedent for us. My basis is that if I cannot ask what if question, it might lead to me just agreeing with the motion. Thank you very much.
All right, response. This is from the center.
Sorry, which one?
Can you please repeat this order?
The degree F, no hypothetical. The way I remember it is by you cannot ask hypothetical question.
See, okay. The reason why we include a hypothetical question is because we want the question to be direct and it relates to the current issue of what's happening in any campuses. So the reason why I mentioned question time, I think, is provided in IIUM student central parliament is because you may ask on what had happened and not what you think might happen. That I think that's why we inserted. I think that's why our legal team inserted hypothetical specifically.
Any following question?
This is just a follow-up question. But by doing that, does not we create I would say, a dangerous precedent, as I said, that we might unable to understand the motion better without what if or hypothetical questions. This is just my question, so I don't ruffle some other here. Thank you very much.
Can you rephrase the question?
Okay, so I understand that as you're supposed to ask questions in regards of any motions, right? For me, is that if we want to decide on a motion, we need to see the future of the motions come through. And the way to do that is to hypothetical of in what if question. So if we can ask what if question, how can we see the future of that motion per se? For example, if the amendment is to say the gate of IIUM dormitory or hostel or mahala need to be open 24 hours. And that's the motion. And I ask hypothetically, what if there's criminal come into the gate in the 24-hour span? As a form of hypothetical question. But by the 33F logic, I cannot ask that question. So this is just inquiries. Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, next.
Alright, allow me to answer. By the way, this Deputy President 2 from IIUM one time. So in answering your question, what is actually meant for specifically this clause is specifically for the question time, not generally for debate on motions, amendments, etc. I mean that if you are going to debate on another motion of this, you can raise questions pertaining to that, regardless of the basis of it. But the question time specifically is to obtain clarification. So question time is regarding what is the current status of the student union pertaining with, let's say, KPP, for example, what has MSU done to cater on the dog issue, Mahala, for example, etc. So on during the question time, it will not really work that way. So hence it actually works in motion. You can ask questions at that time, but this is specifically for the question time itself.
Alright. Okay, any more from the members of parliament? Yes, please.
Mahalo semuanya, MRCC. I have three questions. The first one in regards to 28, give me a second, 28(1)(I), approval of amendment. In law, are you not supposed to insert this first before bringing all other amendments? Approval of amendments, you need to insert this first before you bring all other amendments. Okay, that's the first question. You want me to stack all the questions or you want to answer it one by one?
I think it's better if we just answer one by one.
Okay, go on.
Sorry, the question was don't we need to do it before the sitting, is it?
And then endorse, approve, and then you bring it again.
Yeah, I
Isn't
think
that the procedure?
that should be the procedure in the existing agenda, but we think it might take a lot of time for you to amend because some amendments are very minor. So I think it will be better if we listen to bureaucracy and we try to make it in one sitting. Meaning to say we can have the approval of amendment in this sitting, and then we may proceed to vote for the amended version of it. Because I think when we have more bureaucracy, it would lead to more confusion. Because if we don't do it in one sitting, let's say we amend it first, and then we have it in the voting in the next session, some members might not be aware that they are voting for which motion, the amended one or the previous one. So if we do it in one sitting, people are more aware of what's happening and they can decide immediately.
If I may clarify, usually during the parliament session, the motion is about the amendment. And then suddenly when it comes to debate session, there is another proposed amendment on the proposed amendment, so like a double one. So usually during the voting session, the speaker will clarify that the voting will be on the latest amendment. We will clarify what kind of adjustment that we need on the debate motion. All right.
Thank you for the response, because to me, Ms. Speaker, I think the right way is rather needs to propose amendment, the approval of amendment first, and the next motion to be tabled is the all others amendment, so that the meeting, and it will not create another precedent that, it's kind of abusing, because you want to amend this, but the main provision, insertion of approval of amendment, you do not include it first. Maybe you need to highlight that first for future one. I understand that to wait another parliament sitting is a long time to go. However, maybe you can do it motion 4, and then the 5th motion, you can add all other amendments. Can I have the second question, follow-up question?
Sure.
Okay, in regards to 24(1). Okay, in regards to IIUM Student Union question time. So 24(1) mentions that the question should not be asked without 1 day notice. And this is expected, if it is approved, executed the next parliament sitting, right? As of today, I asked the question to our president of IISU. However, what is the rationale? In the sense that I see that the question might be spontaneous, because to put a restriction for me or other members to ask a sudden question is kind of restriction. Maybe you can give some rationale to that. Do you need some preparation to answer a basic question? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the question, sister. So actually what it means in this, just to give you a prospect on what is the base or the source of our standing order, is derived from the Dewan Rakyat Peraturan Mesyuarat. That's standing order. How we proceed for parliament is not simply to, I wouldn't say not be spontaneous, but spontaneous is in the art of us as students. However, there will be questions that require clarification. For example, what are the current updates regarding financial numbers? What are the current updates regarding registration numbers? We need these data to be directly answered. Let's say during parliament, it was spontaneously asked, what's the current financial status or what is being based on, let's say there was an investment to be made, then this will need something directly answered specific. If we were to be saying, oh, it will probably be around approximately 20,000, this wouldn't be giving an accurate answer. The purpose of it isn't simply to put away spontaneous questions, because you can see in the prospect of parliament just now, we do still entertain questions of spontaneous nature. However, questions which deliberately will require specifics or direct clarification, this is where the procedure comes into focus.
Thank you, thank you, Brandon. What I would like to suggest as a member of parliament, perhaps in the amendments, you could insert that based on the discretion of Ms. Speaker, because maybe some question is not leading, it's not something attacking you, but it's rationally asking, I'm rationally asking the question. And the same goes to when the brother over there just asked about questions during the debate of motion. Perhaps the question, you could insert that based on the discretion of the Speaker. If it is to the Speaker, it is a valid question, not doesn't have any contentions, we can proceed with that. Thank you.
Is there any response?
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but thank you for the suggestion. But I think it is actually more proper if we do it the way we suggested, because I think IMSU still deserve a right to actually prepare for any answer for any question. This is because if you ask a spontaneous question, IMSU members actually have more than 30 officers, more than 20 more than 40 members. So we believe that if the question is spontaneous and members have different opinions regarding it, we might not have a collective answer from IIUM. So that is why I think it is better for us to have the questions to be noticed to us first, and then we have collective decision regarding it, because this has been the practice in IIUM actually. Even before this parliament, we have a sitting to brief all the motion that we have suggested, so that the IMSU officers all understand what's happening and why we suggest so. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
I would like to add something. Yeah, I believe that Sister Rosmaya Malasmaya has a good intention of asking that. We understand the concern. It's just that why we say that is, if you like Brother Olaf said, if you would like to get an opinion from us, then you wouldn't be able to get immediately because of the spontaneous nature of the question. But if you would like to get facts, like Brother Adib said, we would prefer it to be actually accurate, and we would like to have information so that we can actually debate about it, or you can ask more questions subsequently with the questions asked by whoever towards student union. Because mainly the IIUM student union question time is established. Like we said, the main purpose is clarification. So if you have, I think, an arising question suddenly spontaneously in Parliament, I think it would relate to any of the motions that you are presenting or tabling. So I think you can ask as questions during the debate of the motions. And I think if it's not facts or details that you need from student union, I think you can even ask outside of student parliament. But if it's really important, that is why we are asking for a bit of time. I hope that everybody can cooperate. Thank you.
Okay. So that's all.
Hi. My name is Naila from Lostock. So I have the similar question. So I would like to ask, provision 32.2 provide notice 2 days, and provision 34.1 provide notice for specifically for IMSU question 1 day notice. So may I know what is the difference between these two, since it may apply to question posted to IM student as well. And the second question is, since we are discussing on the ability of the Miss Speaker to exercise discretion in allowing a spontaneous question or not. So my question is whether provision 32.1 is also applicable to IMSU question time.
Okay, again, the provision from 32.1.
Yes, 32.1, I think about discretion of the Miss Speaker to allow questions in the case of public importance and so on. So does it apply to question time for SB?
I believe I'll give Lasha for the response for the question from Lasha.
Can you re-summarize the question again?
Maybe if I can repeat the first question first. I think the general provision under provision 32.2 in regards to notice of 2 days to the secretary is number one, and then 34.1 for specifically for SU 1 day notice. So what is the difference between these two? Since 32.2 may also apply to SU, two questions posed to SU. That is the first question. Second, whether provision 32.1 is also applicable to IMSU question time, because as discussed before, your stance is to absolutely you cannot give any question on the spot. So whether it applies to you as well.
For specifically for this part, specifically for part questions, yeah. In clarification, the entire part 3 for questions is specifically for IM question time, IMC question time, not inclusive of debate questions or emotion questions. Does that answer the question? Or is there another one? Oh, which one is the one day notice? Hello? For 34.1, supposedly everything should be the same because the entire question is specifically IMSC question time, meaning that if in the first interpretation, I believe in 51, it exerts that questions will be asked to any members of SU or to any other members who are not SU officers, supposedly it will be the same. It's either a calculation error of 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken, but the entire section itself in part 3 applies similarly all for IMSC question time. So it does not have a difference, meaning that for IMSC officers it's 1 day or non-IMSC officers is 2 days.
I think the second question in regards to whether provision 32.1 applicable to SU question time also.
Yeah, it does. Because firstly, while we do uphold clarity and also specifications for questions, let's say in the worst case scenario, let's an example of COVID-19, yeah? And then we want immediate answers at that time. So if the discussion by the speaker allows it, then in such case, allowed permissible for IMSC question time.
Alright, any other questions from the members of Parliament? Okay, you already done. The last one? We'll close for the observer section. Okay, that last one.
Okay. Okay. May I speak in Malay? Okay. Okay. Kalau kita tengok dekat dalam konstitusi 17.1A 17.1A dia ada stated tentang election of speaker dengan election of deputy speaker. Adakah bermaksud selepas ni dalam sidang parlimen we elect kita punya speaker ataupun on? Okay, soalan pertama. Yang dia berkaitan juga dengan bawah tu sebab ada penambahan baru berkenaan bidang kuasa speaker, menunjukkan speaker lebih luas bidang kuasa daripada sebelum ni, yang menunjukkan di 49.2 the speaker shall order any member whose conduct is disorderly or who sets in contempt of the parliament or who continues to disregard the authority of the speaker to withdraw from the parliament. Jadi kuasa yang sangat besar untuk withdraw any parliament and misconduct. Dan atau juga kalau kita elect ataupun appoint, dia akan effect lah certain perkara sebab bila kuasa speaker tu makin besar. Okay, that's all.
Alright, thank you very much for the question, brother. So, as mentioned at the start of the parliament, the speaking was by one of the commissioners. The reason for not having election for today was simply because we only have just enough candidates for all three positions. Yeah. Yeah. But supposedly in any parliament session, there will be an election for speaker. So it doesn't necessarily need to be a representative that is proposed by the union. It could also be members of the parliament themselves if we want to propose. And then we'll have a voting session to decide who will be the speaker.
Okay, I believe that's the end of the debate session. Okay, let's give like a 5-minute break. Alright, members of parliament, please remain calm and take a seat. Alright, everyone is here? Okay, so first we'll listen to the clarification for the voting session for this motion by audience.
Assalamualaikum everyone. I hope you guys can be clear about the issue regarding question addressed by Sumaya. Okay, please open your standing order. Open to paragraph 32. About the manner of giving motion. So basically, if you were to submit a motion to the parliament, you must address it 5 days before sitting of parliament. So basically, if the proposal was about proposal by Sumaya just now to accept the whole motion of amendment first, and they brought another motion for the amended version, then it will become an emergency motion. So the limit for emergency motion is only 3 motions. Imagine if there is more than 3 amendments that should be made to the standing order, then most of it will not be accepted. That's why we don't agree. That's why, on my opinion, my personal opinion, I don't agree with what is proposed by Sumaya just now. That's the first thing. And for the second thing, right now, I have discussed with Brother Yuviraj, and they don't want to amend any part of the proposal just now. Which means, after this, we will do a vote. We will cast a vote for the whole motion, not for all the suggested motion. If you don't agree with the proposal just now, you can reject the motion. That's your right. And if they want to make an amendment, then they will propose for an emergency motion after this, at the end of the session. Understood? Okay, thank you.
Alright, for that to be said, if you have a suggestion for the amendments after the voting session, we'll take a brief session for you to go to SU and discuss about it, alright? Okay. Now let us proceed for the voting.
May I just give an opinion, a bit opinion, but thank you for brother. Maybe for the next session of parliament, maybe us as the member of parliament can be given time. For example, for the Parliament of Malaysia, they have a talimat about the usul. Because of like kalau kita datang-datang, just tahu macam ni, so things yang macam not given properly. Maybe for next sitting parliament lah. But that is 2 hours ke, 1 day ke, 2 days. Yang penting we know apa yang nak dibentangkan, isi kandungan secara detail. Dan sebabnya kami tahu kepentingan kita as students semua. Terima kasih.
Before that, Commission, the materials for presentation, is it allowed to share between before the sitting?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Speaker. So I would like to answer the question that the brother asked before. So actually, for your information, we already included the link drive in the WhatsApp group with the page itself. So the Google Drive itself is for your reference, and also we already asked you to upload your slide, the slides for the motion. So basically, all the materials are included in the Google Drive for your reference. So you can just check the Google Drive link and all the things you can get all the materials. And also about the approved motion, we actually also announce the total of approved motion together with the title on our social media, especially the Instagram and also the Twitter. So I would like to say that it is not our part to always remind the MPs what is the total motion that will be presented, as we already made the poster. So it's your effort as the MPs to search all the materials that we already compiled and give to you. So that's all from the commission itself.
Thank you very much, but I do understand the concern from the brothers. Sometimes the materials is not familiar to all the members of parliament. I believe on that. That's why whenever we go through the debate session, and it is not enough time for you to actually discuss or get clarification, you can ask for like a break from the speaker, so for us to allow, and you can directly ask the proposer itself for you to ask for clarification, anything that you're not familiar with. All right? Okay. So I believe we'll move on to the voting session. We'll proceed with the voting motion number 4 with the title of Amendment of Standing Orders of IIUM Student Parliament Central. So the content of amendment will remain as per presented before. So now calling for the members of parliament that, okay, first of all, reminder by the secretary, first one is to raise your hand higher so they can easily come, okay? Lengos kita di sabayer. So for voting for approve, please raise your hand high up to the sky.
Total approved 30.
Okay, now calling for reject, please raise your hand.
Total reject 25.
Calling for abstain, please raise your hand.
Zero abstain.
So the result of the amendment of standing orders of IIUM Student Parliament Central is approved. And 0 abstain.
Sorry, from MSES, maybe I just like to add on what the sister had mentioned. I think it would be a proper etiquette for you to keep your members of parliament informed. We have a lot of other things going on our part. So I think it's just proper etiquette for you to tell, okay, now all the proposed motion is in the Google Drive for everyone to view. Please keep yourself informed because we're going to start the parliament tomorrow. And even on your Instagram, right? You've never in the group mentioned that, okay, here's our Instagram, you can get all the information there. If I tried to find it, maybe it's in the poster, it's a very small wording saying I think from the SPC side, I think it's very much in your interest to keep your members of parliament informed. They are very much informed because they are part of IMSU. Okay, this is what they are doing. This is what's on them. We cannot say the same. We're not as informed
informed, and I think it's important for you to know on that.
Alright. Thank you so much. Julia, you want to reply?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Speaker. Okay, I would like to reply to the president of EMSS. So actually, during our first time that we create the WhatsApp group, our sister, our commission, means Fariha, already send the notice about the motion slides that you can access through the Google Drive. And also, she also attached again the drive on the WhatsApp group. So actually, our commission always remind all of you to the next step that you need to do, and also on the description also. So basically, we try our best to guide all MPs, but then we still lack of the working committees, as we only have 80 people and the total of the MPs is 76 for us to handle. And also we also have the MPs from Kuantan and also Pago. So I would like to say that we should be tolerant with one another, because
Okay, thank you, Sister Nadia. Okay, so I understand the concern. I think that the commission do their best, and also some of you are not quite reminded, and it's totally understandable. Everyone has their own issue. So I propose that after this, commission will do better, and every one of you, the members of parliament, some of you are familiar with parliament, some of you are not. For those who are not familiar, this is the problem comes up. Maybe they didn't know that the notice is coming from the Instagram and all about the linked document. So I would like to request every one of the MPs to remind each other. Moreover, the proposal itself that, okay, for example, like from the SU, you already uploaded your materials in the Google Drive. So you remind in the group of the MPs, okay, from the SU, you already uploaded. So you can go through for the planning session. Not only giving the value to only the commission, of course, the commission should also do the work, but all the MPs also together, come together, alright? Okay, I hope this matter is resolved. Alright, so inshallah, let us move to the next motion, which is motion number 6. Motion number 5 will be postponed to the evening session, Islamization in Parliament. So we'll move on for the motion number 6, with the title of Permanent Place for Students for Study. So for that, I would like to invite Brother Muhammad Afiq bin Shamsul Fazli to present the 6th motion. Please welcome.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to the Honorable Speaker, beloved SU members and also other Parliament members. My name is Muhammad Afiq, third year advanced on behalf of Student Union. I believe that my proposal is actually, it's not something that people talk about that often, but I believe that it's actually benefiting the students as a whole. So the title for my proposal is a permanent place for students to study for 24 hours in IIUM. Next slide. So basically the content here is I would just like to have a brief introduction, and the next is grounds of proposal, and the last one is the mechanism. So I believe that all of us here are students, and it is a common fact as students. It is undeniable that at times studying with friends or in a group basis has much better impacts as compared to individual-based studying. I've actually read a study conducted in 2 public universities in Malaysia, specifically USIM and also University Technical Malacca, and they collected about 480 respondents. The majority indicates that the benefits of studying in a group as compared to individual studies. But I actually believe that we don't need a statistical data to actually know that group studies actually benefits everyone as a whole and benefits the mental health of each person. So, however, I feel like in IIUM, we can't necessarily do that due to certain restrictions imposed on us as students. Due to the fact it is needed for a permanent place for students to study for 24 hours without being disturbed or chased away by the awesome. For most of us, I believe that at night after midnight is the only time available for us to study, as our classes are packed. Some of the classes are from morning after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. So when else do we have the time to study? Like it's only after midnight. And I do understand the alarming issue is in regards to the safety concern. But if I could just take a look of other universities to highlight, first is UM, for example, it has no curfew hours, and it actually has a permanent place for students to study for 24 hours, and it is located just outside of Central Library in University of Malaya. And another example is in University Kebangsaan Malaysia, which is the study area is called Tun Sri Lanang 4-year area. And I believe that it even says that ruang baca 24 jam. So I don't see the main distinction between these universities and IIUM. It's just the restrictions, and yet these universities are actually in top 5. Next slide. Top 500 universities in the world, followed by USM, UTM, and UUM. Adding on, there is data made by Applied HE Public University Ranking Asian, where UKM is actually in the first ranking as compared to other top universities in Asia. One of it being National University of Singapore, and we all know how good that university is, right? So, and the data was actually not based on education in general, as it encompasses safety, reputation, employability, and other factors such as community engagement. So, I wouldn't want to make this comparison as IUM actually has its own beauty and nature, but I believe that the restrictions would not actually help students in any way. And in regards to safety, it has to be understood that every person has the risk of being outside of Mahala, and it is actually contradicting to Article 38 of IUM Student Disciplinary Rules, Amendment 2006, which is why we actually have a proposed motion that will be raised later. But if I would just like to highlight my stand here is I believe that it is unnecessary, as you have to bear in mind that the students here are actually university students and not high school students. So I believe that if you impose too much restrictions on them, it wouldn't actually benefit them in general. Just highlight the fact that you can't even go outside and study with your friends. And we are restricted to actually study at our mahala after certain hours. I believe that it is unnecessary. And if you actually believe that curbing the issue of safetiness is by imposing these restrictions, why are other universities not imposing the same restrictions? Why is IUM the only university that is imposing a high restrictions towards the students? Which is why I actually propose a 24 hours place to study in different areas, mainly Wadi Budi and few other kuliah cafes as well, such as HS Drive, ICO Cafe, and Econs Cafe. And these areas will be applicable for all students regardless of any kuliah they're from. And in regards to safety issue, awesome as the authority figure here in IUM shall do often round checkups just like what they have been doing previously. But this time, just try not to evict them or chase them away. You can do all the restrictions that you have been doing, such as impose fine if they are not wearing the dress code. Okay, if they're not wearing the dress code, or you can advise them if they're not taking care of the active life. But just let them study. Lastly, I hope the authority figures here, MRCC, KBSC, and other parliament members would support this motion for the betterment of the students here in IUM. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll proceed to the debate session. I open the floor for the members of parliament. Yes, please.
Office of Education, IIM. I am strongly agree with what has been proposed by the Officer of Office of Education, IIM Diploma. May I share? At one time, we did have Mahala Activity Center, where we conduct meeting, we have discussion, we study with friends. However, These kind of activities have been restricted until 11 p.m. I couldn't see what are the reasons behind this restriction. Okay, for instance, my friends have been chased away by the Mahala security guard, even though their discussion haven't finished yet. So yeah, I would like to encourage our MPs to think of this motion, to support this motion, in order to, I mean, for the betterment of students. Alright, thank you.
Alright, calling for other MPs, who wish to speak.
I think it.
Okay, can I begin first?
Sure.
Alright.
I agree, mainly, my personal opinion, I agree with the motions. I just want to ask the Office of Education group up, how do you create a mechanism so this thing is not abused by anyone, be it student or yourself, just in case?
Alright, we'll get to the next ISP office. Oh, I'm sorry, the question. Okay, first. Yes, yes, fine.
I feel like in regards to mechanism, it will be discussed further on, but I think in regards to abusing it, you mentioned abusing it, right? I feel like once we will discuss about the review of curfew hours, that means Article 38, what we are trying to do is to abolish Article 38. So that means if, let's say, a student were to be outside of the Mahala campus, outside of the Mahala, then Awesome would not actually have the authority to find them because there is no law on that part. After it will be revised later.
Is that answering?
Yes.
Alright,
It
okay.
answered my question.
Now let us proceed to the vice traffic.
Assalamualaikum. Sorry. I still here. I would like to ask clarification. On my personal basis, I do agree that studying together, especially in a group, is much better than studying alone. And I do agree that other universities such as UM, UKM, and everything are doing it. But my question here, as an Islamic university, is: are we going to be quite different? I just want to seek clarification. Is there any mechanism to ensure that these students who are studying, let's say we're giving them 24 hours, we have around more than 20,000 students, and if these people, all these 20,000 students are given this liberty, then we must ensure that 100% are following by the rules, none are doing anything which is not in concerning about studies. So I would like to ask the mechanism to ensure that it is in accordance with the Islamic principles our university applies.
Answering the question mentioned by Patrick just now, I feel like the mechanism is what I actually have mentioned just now is in regards to the Awesome. As they have the authority figure, if let's say in order to, I understand that IIUM is different from other universities. If let's say they don't follow they don't follow the conduct and regulations that they were supposed to follow, such as dress code and all, Awesome would actually still have the authority figure to impose fine on them. It would not be abolished. We understand that in IIUM that is the law. We're not trying to abolish that, but just in regards to accommodating everyone, which is why we're not actually imposing one study area for all of the students. We're actually there's different areas of localities to be studied. Such as I impose Wadi Budi, I call dry area, I call cafe, HS dry, and also Econs cafe. So I believe that these four cafes are mainly the most popular hotspot study places. And I feel like previously on previous years they have been studying there, and it everything has been going so well until Awesome actually changed that movie.
So if I may add on, I do agree with every bit you're saying like that. But if I may seek confirmation, what you mean is the wrongful act of Awesome
in chasing away these students who are studying without grounds. So if they are doing something that is sexual or anything, that is legal ground, and that we are not in dispute with. But we are in dispute with the action of Awesome to actually chase away these students who are studying in a very Sharia compliant manner, in a very perfect and proper manner, but they are just chasing away without any legal ground. So I believe that I would like to clarify this hall on I think what my brother here said.
Thank you. Anyone from the MPs?
So where would I speak? Okay. So I have a few questions. The first one is you said don't worry about the safety and so on because it doesn't happen in the other universities. But did you include the data on the safety issues or problem cases faced by them to us today to let us know why should we not worry about it? That's the first question. And the second question is, who would take the responsibility if any cases of whatever we doesn't want to happen? And it is also said that the mechanism might include Awesome. We as a student, we agree with this and that, but the next level of, or the next step, the other bodies need to make sure it is applied. So are we empowering the students or the Awesome? So I think that's all for now.
Allow me to answer on behalf of Brother Afiq from Education Office Gombak. So I think there are 4 main points I would like to highlight and answer. Number one, on the safety of other units, it doesn't happen in other units, the statement given by Brother Afiq from Education. So if you have listened to the speech by Brother Afiq, you can see that one of the data that was presented was the ranking of the universities. Saya tahu memang UIA tak kejar ranking, orang kata kita kejar anugerah. Tapi sebenarnya the ranking of the universities, as mentioned by Brother Afiq, does not only take into account just the academic performances of the student. It actually takes into account safety of the student. So I think we do not need to have an explicit result saying that it is safe, but I think it is quite clear, very clearly implied that because, since they have their 24 hours studying places, and despite that, they are ranked high even in their safety, academic performances of students, well-being, and mental health, which we must prioritize. So that's number one. Number two, on the answer, on the question whether kita ni sekarang boleh lah kita approve bagai, tapi whether it goes to the next level. I think we can say that for any motions that we're bringing, to be honest. But here I am asking, this is my first time in this parliament, so first time I'm asking that all of us have to have a really collective voice at this time. Hence why we did not think that this motion can be brought by student union alone. So, but if you know that, if you know me or on social media, I've actually addressed a number of awesome issues with curfew relating, which I have been also personally affected. So what I want to summarize is that, so what I'm trying to summarize is that IISU alone cannot do this. So I think it will be much better and we have way higher chances if we do a collective effort where MRCC, KBSC and IMSU all agree with this and we bring this motion to OSEM. And also just to let you know on record, Punara OSEM actually director is actually very welcoming, and if you have seen, I think we are closer than we think we are, because in the last effort that last time they did not used to allow students to come in after 12, and after I met with the director and it has been addressed that there is no such rule. You must allow the students to come in, you just have to fine them for not being in the Mahala at 12. So there is no such rule exists, and I think OSEM is taking into account all of that. And finally, who is responsible if you are affected, at 24 hours studying place? I think we are all adults. Outside of the university, no one can control us. We do not have mechanisms to protect us. I think it should go to a certain extent same way in the university. To expect the university to manage our safety and at the same time to ask for liberty and freedom is not something that is not contradicting. It is very contradicting at this point. So I think that as adults, we should take responsibility of ourselves. And you should, if you're affected, I know that IIUM has a lot of sexual harassment cases, especially for sisters. We sympathize with you all. But we have to take proper actions after this. I think having a 24 hours study places, and as suggested by brother of Afiq from education, it has to be open places. You see Wadi Budi is closed building, but you still have Osam coming, they do rounds every night. And also all cafes, which are open areas. So the probability of this happening is much lower. Actually, there are more cases that happens in the Mahala or in the tunnels than the cafes. So I believe that this motion, I'm not saying that we have decided and all of us have to just agree just like that. I think we can have opinions. This motion is just to pass that we all agree for a study for 24 hours, but the mechanism, the implementation, all of it will be discussed with every stakeholder from MRCC, from KDSC, so we can take into account and have a collective voice with the university management. Thank you.
Okay. Alright. Yes, from the health office.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. I am Izwan from the Office of Welfare Kuala Locality. So just for us, for the clarification on your statement, as we are currently an adult and we need to take the responsibility as our own, but still, as we are also, we need to be reminded we are the student of the IIUM. Anything happen during the day when you are in the Korea is by the jurisdiction of the dean that need to be at least to answer to the higher authorities. And anything happen at the Mahala is by the jurisdiction of the principal to answer to the higher authority if there's any problem that pertaining to this kind of issue. But when you are doing the studies area, like in this proposal is being stated like the Icon Cafe, the HS Dry Area Cafe, the KNS Cafe, the place is currently under the Kulia property, but the time is during the jurisdiction of the principal's period. Then who the one that is going to take the responsibility and going to answer if there's any kind of the issue? Even though they will say that we are the adult and we need to answer by ourselves and is the responsible for the personnel, but still by the authorities of listed under the student of IIUM, we need the staff to cover for us. So is there any answer for that?
Definitely. Because if you look at the what presentation by Brother Afiq, also if you look at the upcoming motions on review of curfew policies, I think the main articles that are contradicting, I think I'll explain more on the my motions lah. But it's actually like what he said, the source of power. Kunci kuasa untuk menjaga student itu datang dari artikel itu sendiri bahawa student cannot remain outside the mahala, or they cannot enter mahala after blah blah blah. So principal is the one who is in charge of it. So if we are planning to implement 24 hours places for students, and also we are asking for a review on the curfew policy, which will be brought later, and I think that's debatable for later. Then we will also be amending these articles because we cannot, without amending these articles, just allow for all of this to happen. So I think there is proper stages that has been planned by MSU, which we will discuss in further task forces with all of us together. And on the responsibility part, kalau kita duduk mahala pun, responsibility dia principal yang ambil kan. So kalau principal ambil, tapi kalau personal things kita je lah. Tak pernah pula kita kalau hilang barang sama universiti bayar kita kan. So I think we have to implement the same thing. Just apply the same rule for different places. That's it. We are asking from mahala just to kuliah. And now kuliah kita ada extra classes at night. Who takes the responsibility? The lecturer in charge kan. So kalau kita nak bagi kunci kuasa pada OSEM untuk jaga kita lepas pukul 12, then I think then they should be knowing what is happening around us and everything lah. And I think it is related very much to all of the other things. If you jatuh malam tak nampak ke apa, then the facilities is by the university. Then they have to be responsible for not fixing the problems. I think we shouldn't avoid our rights and just stay because the university doesn't provide us enough. I think we should start demanding for it, and we can have proper implementation if we all come collectively together.
Alright, thank you very much. So that's the end of the debate session. Okay, we'll go to the last one from Officer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. My name is Muhammad Deputy President from Faculty. So I have a question to the officer or Fresh. regarding to the implementation to Pago and Kuantan locality because this permanent place, this is central parliament sitting, so I think you should mention about how Pago and Kuantan should be implemented this motion. That's the first. Second, I have concern about this motion. In my personal capacity, I concern dia akan buka, it's a door for banyak masalah after this. Maksudnya kita buka 24 hours, tapi banyak masalah macam biasa oleh high student, masalah-masalah yang akan datang. So I think that's my concern lah. Yang mana takut if we approve this motion without any take consideration about the future, so maybe orang akan salahkan isu sebab isu as the member of parliament in here untuk kenapa benarkan student study 24 hours after this. So I think that's all my question. Thank you.
I would just
A very short response.
Okay, I would just like to answer in respect to your first question. It is up to your liberty in Pago and Kuantan office if they whichever places that they want to impose this places, but make sure it's a public area where it's not a dark area. And moving on to your second question, where it would lead to other hardships, I believe that in universities there are a lot of problems that will created just if you impose restrictions or not impose restrictions. But however, you have to take into account the benefits of it as a whole. It's for the betterment of the quality of students. That is the purpose of a university. Instead of teaching us how to be a high school student, teach us how to be a university student. Let us be independent. Let us take care of our own problems. Let us be better in education as a whole.
Alright, thank you so much, Sir Dafi. Okay, the last one we'll take is from the.
Alright, thank you. Safia, I'm RCC. I have one question. Actually, I want a clarification from Brandon. May I know the implementation of the base, whether you want to separate both gender, brother for brother and then sister for sister, because I believe if you mix up two gender, it would not be in line with our university vision, because we are Islamic university and I believe you have to, in order for you to implement the base to establish a permanent base for 24 hours, you have to consider our vision as Islamic university. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, but I feel like it's, for me personally, that is a good suggestion and I will take that into account, and whatever it is, the mechanism is we will follow the Sharia regulations that is provided. Regardless of it being separated or not separated, we will still follow the regulations as well. But thank you for the suggestion.
Alright. Last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, if I may follow up what my brother Education has said, perhaps in this, because the concern is the Sharia compliance, it is our major concern too of my office, which is Islamization and student development. Because the opening of this 24 hours will open a floodgate of risk and everything. But there will be a motion after this, after the vote, that will be tabled in this hall for us to think and for us to make a term of reference between KBSC, MRC and also SU in order to empower these two provisions that cannot only be handled by OSM. Because OSM has minimum manpower. But in terms of this motion, we must first agree that the 24 hours is a very good motion. However, the implementation we will discuss later. But if we do not, but this motion if we do not support, then we won't get to become Islamic university at the same time empowering education vibes. So I do understand all interest.
Thank you, I see. Alright. That will be all for the six section for the motion number 6.
Speaker. Point of order for the duties of speaker. Nombor 20.1P. The speaker can to coordinate the agenda. So dasarkan this point of order, boleh ke tidak untuk we as member parliament untuk minta tambahan masa, sebab the speaker ada kuasa untuk coordinate the agenda. So point of order for this.
Okay, I believe that previously we have, if you want to propose for time extension, you have to propose the motion so that it will be voted or not. Okay, so you propose a motion to extend the time for the debate of the motion, and then we'll have a short voting session. If the MPs or majority of the MPs agree, so we'll have the extension. If not, we'll just proceed. Okay.
Ataupun boleh untuk saya menjelaskan satu soalan ataupun ada satu komen from me. But yeah, one speech for me.
Alright, I think that you can, if you have like opinion or something to relate, you can just directly to SU.
But it's important for us to have an idea.
One minute for you.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih. Saya sangat izinkan saya untuk bahasa Melayu ya. Saya setuju dengan 24 hours in IIUM. Sebab seperti mana sahabat kita daripada ASD dan juga lain-lain bangkitkan. Ia membuka satu projek, satu hal. Yang kedua, kita kena lihat this benda yang kita bentangkan dalam Dewan pada hari ini ialah di sebalik itu tentang kita sebagai orang Islam, isu ikhtilaf dan isu-isu lain yang akan terbuka. 18 jam yang tadi curfew pun banyak kes sexual harassment ke apa semua tu. Apatah lagi 24 hours, itu satu hal. Kedua, betul, saya setuju benda ni 24 hours. But patutnya this thing, dia punya detail patut dibentangkan pada hari ini, pada Dewan ini sebab kita nak luluskan pada hari ini. So, for me sama ada kita tak setuju dulu atau tangguhkan dulu this motion, bincang dengan ASD, bincang dengan KBSC, bincang dengan MRCC, baru luluskan. Yang keempat, kita kena faham benda ni aspek of, betul kita nak kejar ranking. But kita as Muslim, kita kena jawab ke akhirat nanti. That's the yang kita kena lihat. Yang saya nak kita as Muslim atas IC ni kena faham benda tu. Dan issue of last but not least tentang sikit pemerkasaan harmoni, pemerkasaan ASD, pemerkasaan Ma'ruf Club, apa semua kelab dakwah untuk kes ikhtilat dan juga lain-lain, benda ni perlu dimasukkan. Saya mohon yang pencadang speaker untuk ni dan last pemerkasaan kefahaman dalam kalangan students tentang macam mana nak jaga keselamatan. Sebab ya, data apa semua 18 hours pun dah ada kes macam tu. Apatah lagi kalau kita 24 hours. Memang kita, dan beza kita International Islamic University UM, memang ramai orang Islam juga. But, you know, tapi every sepadan, everything ada sepadan dia. Kita cuba kawal. Saya setuju 24 hours, tapi itulah macam mana implementation. Awesome macam mana. And then ikhtilat macam mana nanti. Kita kena jawab. Memang tadi dia cakap lah, Ustaz jawab. Akhirat. Thank you, speakers.
Alright, now let us move to the voting session or the motion number 6. With the title of Permanent Place for Students for Study. Calling for the MPs that vote for.
I think I would like to propose to have a time to have discussion with my MPs to have a break to have discussion because I think before the voting lah, so we can clarify with KDSC and RCC and we can take the I think 5 minutes.
Alright, 5 minutes for you to discuss and then we give 3 minutes for you to give like a conclusion remarks.
Can I just make a statement? This is strong statement for that.
Wait, we'll give you time. 1 minute and a half for the proposal to wrap up. Okay, sure, you can go now.
I just would like to highlight on something that I would like to ask for all the estimate members in the parliament that to use English as a medium in our conversation. Please, guys.
Alright, so please welcome the proposal or any comment on.
Just a final statement. I just have a brief thing to say. This proposal is just to ask for an opinion of MRCC and KBSC whether if you agree that it should be implemented, 24 hours should be implemented or not. But the mechanism implementation, we haven't even came up with anything yet because it encompasses your jurisdiction, KBSC jurisdiction, encompasses MRCC jurisdiction. So we can't actually implement anything on our own because we need to discuss with you guys. So, which is why this proposal is just for you guys to agree if it's 24 hours. And if you guys agree, we will have a separate meeting or discussion method to implement this thing. That's all from me. Thank you.
Ms. Speaker, can I make a comment?
No, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so now we'll proceed to the voting session for the motion number 6. Voting for permanent place for students for study, calling for MPs that approve. Please raise your hand.
Total approved 40.
Calling MPs that reject the motion. Please raise your hand.
Total reject 15.
Abstain. Alright, thank you. Representative to DC for the motion of permanent place for students for study is approved with a total of 40 approved, 20 reject and 1 abstain. Alright. So, Deputy Speaker, can you please give the microphone?
Okay, so I would like to remind to all of you that sometimes it's not that we don't allow you to speak, but we are restricted by time. Imagine we have like 6 to 7 more motions, and we don't know whether that is an emergency motion or not. So imagine if we finish by 11 o'clock tonight, kita tak ada makanan. So basically you guys will berbuka with air mineral. Itu bukanlah ada air mineral ataupun kopi. So that's why we are trying our best sebenarnya. On behalf of us, kita orang try to distribute the voices from this side and that side. So I hope that you guys understand. Try to make it concise. Kalau rasa macam benda tu melirik, apa semua just cut. Or we will cut it for you. Macam tu. Thank you.
And also reminder to all MPs, every time that you wish to speak, please introduce yourself from which society, because I believe the secretary had to meet, right? Yes, alright, okay. That's all for the motion number 6 and also the reminders for you. And then let's move motion number 7 with the title of Elevation Infrastructure Around Campus. Let us welcome Brother Yubaraj Pillai to present the established motion.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Okay, good morning, good afternoon. Okay, so if you look at my slides, it's very effective. I hope everyone is awake. So let's move to the next slide. I have only 5 minutes. Okay. So saya ni minimalist sikit. Or the other word is for lazy. So saya buat slide macam ni je lah. So the main point that we are trying to highlight here is that the infrastructure around campus, I think everybody can agree without objection that they are really bad at this point after 40 years of IIUM establishment. And I think we have to take actions at this point. I think everybody has tried to take action from their own organizations separately. Mungkin punya the societies, Mahala of course, and also IIUM try to highlight to rector every time dengan jawapan yang sama that we don't have funds. So I think this motion that I'm bringing, let me tell you the purpose first. Since we have all these separate actions that we are taking against this infrastructure problem, I believe that we should have a motion today that we should all agree that we are going to form a task force again with KVC and MRCC so that we can tackle these problems. And what are the contoh macam Near Sports Complex, fence around IIUM, which sisters are majority affected because of the wild dogs entered due to the fence around IIUM which is broken, and also Icon and Icons, which are the two most oldest kuliah which has really bad infrastructure. Next slide please. So ini contoh infrastructure kita kat universiti. Kita ada lubang, kita ada pagar. So begitulah kondisi UIA sekarang. And because of this is where the wild dogs actually enter and affect student safety. So the infrastructure issue is not only related to just infrastructure and also just comfort for us. Sebab ada infrastructure yang rosak yang tidak memberikan kita comfort lah kan. Tapi yang ini safety issues which students have fell down on roads and they have actually suffered some injuries. Patutnya kita boleh suruh tapi tak boleh. The next slide please. Okay, so these are the problems caused. Lack of proper facilities for healthy lifestyle linked to MSC lah. Near Sports Complex, kalau siapa yang tahu, the infrastructure in Near Sports Complex is really bad, which also causes to another problem where male students actually go to the female sports complex to play. If you go to the female sports complex, you will realize it. I think this is one of the issues that we have to highlight as well. So in order to tackle this, we have to tackle the root of the problem, which is to fix the infrastructure. So, and also safety concerns, wild dog safety concerns, run down before that collapses. Once I was sitting on the chair in ICOL and it just collapsed suddenly. It's not because of the rain. Okay, next. Okay, so solutions. So we today will be voting on this motion, whether we want to collectively act on it or are we all okay with the current condition of just doing it separately by MRCC and everything. And also, we will form a cross-party task force to solve urgent and important safety concerns, such as the fence which causes wild dog issues, and also certain facilities I think which is really dangerous. Ada some mahala yang wire dia pun tak fix lagi dalam, and I think that is really urgent and important. And actions by government agency. I think we cannot hope for the university to reach out to government agencies after this. As you know, IIUM has actually approached Majlis Perbandaran Selayang contohnya multiple times, a municipal council, a government agency, in order to come and capture the wild dogs. So these are the example of actions that can be taken by us. But I believe that since it affects all kuliahs and also malas, all of us have to be part of it and we must act against it. And also another solution that we can bring is that IIM SU has previously crowdfunded some amount of money in order to, the fund was used to fix the shade near Econs Cafe, you know, the green one, which is already spoiled by the way by the monkeys. So I think we should also act on it, and the ultimate goal of it is that we don't want just IMSUs to be part of it, we want all of us to be part of it, so we have more force, we have more workmen also to work on this, and then we can bring a more stronger voice to all the government agencies as well. So also we can do another thing is that we can actually start looking for sponsors to our clubs, societies. IMSU has an account, and I believe that everybody can use this opportunity in order to look for funds and sponsorship from outside in order to fix really urgent and important solutions for all these infrastructure problems. Contohnya, the other day, Brother Iman from Welfare of Gombak has actually followed even the university staff and also KPT in order to put barbed wires, kan, dekat pagar-pagar yang rosak tu. Yang tadi ada nampak pagar dengan lubang tu, sekarang ada pagar dengan barbed wires. So that is how we are trying to tackle this problem. But you see, this does not. I'm bringing a realistic solution. I believe that just a bit more. I'm doing a realistic solution. We cannot look for funds around 2 million. That is not our target. What we are targeting to do is we must collectively look for funds which are small and we can tackle small issues. Bab wires ni tak mahal. Kita boleh buat. Kita kalau sama-sama kita boleh pakai fund sikit, kita boleh korbankan, we can sacrifice some amount of money we can allocate, then we can solve this problem. I don't think we can wait for the university management anymore. And their priorities are not set right. I would like to put that on record. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much. Now we move on to the debate session. Open the floor to the MPs.
Yes. Adi from Castellan. Okay, this motion include argument? Semua. Okay, thank you.
And so saya tadi, contoh macam Pago kan, dia bawa developer juga kan. Contoh of actions that we have taken, which has not given us any product yet lah. Tapi contohnya macam KLEs, bus tak pergi ke KLEs kan. So you see, we cannot depend on the management anymore. We approach the management of the KLEs, the developer of the KLEs tu. So kalau sepatutnya Pago, we can approach the developer directly. I think which Pago has done previously actually, multiple times. But I think it has to be more of a collective voice, we have to be stronger than that lah. And macam saya kata tadi, the main solution is to look for funds ourselves and solve the smaller problem. And that, I think that would be a pressure to the university, and kita perlu pastikan kita hebohkan benda tu pada orang luar juga. One of the things we did is we approached Dato' Sri Zamri when I initially met him. That is why PPT officers came down in order to fix the bug wires and pagar lah. So that is our answer.
Any more? Okay. So I think that's why the debate session. Okay, open for observer. If there's any. None. Alright. So for that, let's move on directly to the voting session. For motion number 7, elevation infrastructure around campus. Calling for MPs that vote for approve. Please raise your hand.
Total approved 55.
The result of the elevation infrastructure around campus is approved with a total of 55 approved, 0 reject and 0 abstain. Here.
Yes, Assalamualaikum everyone. So I'll be replacing Madam Speaker, and so I will be chair this meeting from now on. Okay. Now we move on to motion number 8, titled Revisit the Curfew for Provisions in Students Disciplinary Regulation. So I would like to invite Brother Yuviraj Pillai again to present the 8th motion, which is entitled as before this. Thank you.
Okay. Again, another attractive slides. I think yang ni kita akan gaduh sikit. But it's a controversial proposal. Okay, next slide please. I think the basis of it, all of us know that we have curfew at the main gate today, even now. During the Ramadan month, we have managed to get some leniency and it's open up to 1 and then you can enter back at 4 for Gombak campus. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know that? Content. So all three campuses currently has a curfew. Okay. So in line with all of our motions, if you look at it, it has both elements where we are trying to give more freedom to students, like the 54-hour study place, like revisiting the curfew, at the same time imposing Sharia compliant laws, making sure that everybody jaga the ikhtilat, aurat, everything in the university. So now, the rules that states about curfew is actually only this rule, which says remaining outside mahala at night. A resident student shall not after midnight remain outside his mahala except with permission given by or on behalf of the principal. An offence under this rule is a compoundable offence and shall be dealt with in accordance with Rule 34 hearing, which is a penalty. So sebenarnya, if you would like to know, there is no rule anywhere in the student disciplinary where it says that the main gate has a curfew of 12 to 4 or 12 to 6 or anything. We are totally depending on this particular rule. It says you cannot be out after midnight. And I'm assuming the interpretation of midnight is 12 sharp lah, okay? So, and they also have a mahalla standing order where it says you cannot leave after 12. And this one is saying remain outside his mahalla except with permission given by. Okay, so next. Another simple slide. So the reasons by university. What are the reasons given by university in order to propose for why do they have this curfew? Number one, safety of students past midnight. Number two, prevent students from committing myself. So for number one, I would like to actually highlight back what brother had mentioned from Pago just now, that even 18 jam yang kita ada pun banyak case. Apatah lagi kalau kita buka 6 jam. What if we open the rest of the 6 hours? Let me tell you that I think whatever debates that we have today, we must base it on data and statistics. We have no correlation between the crimes that happens in the campus with the curfew. Kita tak tahu sebenarnya the 18 jam yang buka ni, all the crimes happen. Has it got to do with the curfew? Or does it happen even between the students? We have got no data on it. So we cannot blame to assume that because of the opening hours we have so much crime, that means that we're assuming all of the crimes are conducted by outsiders. So I think there is an error in thought in that way. The chain of thought is not right. So what we have to do is we have to think about it again. Whether this curfew, does it really affect academic performances? Does it affect crime rates in the campus? Okay, so next, let me go to, okay, reasons to oppose, like just now I said, we are adults at the end of the day. Number two, learning and networking opportunities. No correlation with academic performances. So adults with freedom to make, I think we have already explained this out. Number two, learning and networking opportunities. I truly believe that, and we believe that students get to network, meet people, learn a lot of things, not only during 10 to 10 p.m., 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. You can do it at any point of time. I would like to give you an example. If you do not believe me, go to my Instagram page right now. This is a true story. Source, trust me, bro. So, if you look at my Instagram page, I was at Nasi Kandar Kayu last night, just for Moren, okay? And guess who we met? We met Datuk Sri Khalid Nordin, who was the former Menteri Pendidikan Tinggi and who is the current Defence Minister. We had an amazing discussion. He gave us contact to come and meet with Defence Ministry. But if I were to follow that, I can only make networking in the day, and the night is not for us. It is for us to sleep, and we can't do anything outside, and that is where crime happens. Then I would not have gotten this opportunity. I believe that any part of 24 hours is applicable. You can do what you want. It depends on how you use that 24 hours. Besides that, it relates to the first reason that at the end of the day, if you graduate and leave, nobody is going to impose curfew on you. And I think you have to be ready for that. We cannot expect people to just take care of us. And we have had this discussion with OSEM. I think I'll make extension a bit on this. I think, okay, so don't think that we haven't done, so we have actually done discussion to OSEM. And OSEM is the one who gave us this, that we only depend on the particular rules. And why did they impose the curfew? Was they said an accident happened outside of the campus at 3 a.m. or 12 a.m. somewhere. Let me ask a question. If somebody meets with an accident, a student, at 3 p.m. outside of the campus, will the university be responsible? But when it happens at night, immediately they think that the university should be responsible. I think again the chain of thought is wrong, because the time does not matter. An accident is an accident. It's a mishap that is not intended to happen. And it is not happening because it's only night. An accident can happen in the day. There are so many students who meet with accidents that we have had before. And the final one, there is no correlation with academic performances. You can look at the ranking, like we said, academic performances, safety, everything is taken into account. And all the top ranking universities, despite that we don't decide ranking, but I'm saying that you can still have good students to perform well and who can have a good work-life study balance. Okay, next. Ni contoh lah ranking dia dekat dunia. Next. Okay, so this is the important part. I would not like to go to the extreme and say that we should immediately ban this curfew without any mechanism, without any supportive tools in order to help us. Okay, so number one is that we have to pass this motion whether we want to agree with the curfew or not. So before that, I already put, like just now you asked study implementation kan. Dekat sini ada main implementation yang kita perlukan. So what do we put here? We say that rules to be set, if you look from the bottom, rules to be set for entering campus past 12 AM. Basically, what we are trying to do is that it's not that the OSEM will just keep the university open like University Kebangsaan Malaysia ataupun UM. UM and UKM is open 24 hours. Tapi this one, we are still going to close the gate at 12. After that, but we are going to still allow the students to come. But in order to protect the safety of the students, there is going to be a metric card display to the OSEM in order to let us in. So which means that they cannot let outsiders in. What about Grab? What about friends selling you in? They have also discussed with OSEM on the implementation, and we will have a further discussion. We want to libatkan KBSC and also MRCC, where they say, tak susah pun. Grab datang, take their IC, and they'll say, we give you 10 minutes. That's only 3.2 kilometers one round. It cannot take longer than half an hour. It cannot take longer than 15 minutes. So they'll give them a certain amount of time in order to go and come back, and then only you will get back your IC. I believe that nobody wants to leave the campus without the IC. Okay? So there are certain rules that we are imposing. And the best part, actually I'm presenting from bottom to top. So the best part is the second one from up. Trial period and variables to be set to monitor effect of curfew. So what are we setting? We are not asking for the abolishment directly. What are we asking? Let's do a trial period. Let's say for 1 semester. We do a trial period for 1 semester, and kita kena ada variable yang kita nak check. Kita kena check. Sebabkan curfew dah tak ada dah, adakah student punya attendance merosot? Adakah crime rate increase? Tapi kita kena dapatkan variable yang berkait dengan curfew. Like I said, you cannot say, oh, crime rate increase already this month, so it must be because of the curfew. How do you relate? Crimes can happen even between the students in campus, stealing, going into people's mahala and everything. And also at night, most of the cases that happen in the sisters mahala, the gate is closed, nobody can get out. So it must be somebody from inside, right? The most probable answer that would be that. So we are trying to ask for a trial period so that I cannot say I am right totally. If it fails, then I will back off. So we are saying that we have to need this trial period. We will also collectively set a variable to check adakah dia student lagi hebat ke, apa student rasa. We can also do a survey later to see are students happier. And then if it works, again collectively we can approve, then we can bring the motion to the Senate in order to impose this. So I believe that we must work with data and statistics.
Can you summarize?
Okay, I believe that we must work with data and statistics in order to bring any motion. So that's why I'm suggesting a very organized way in order to bring this motion, and I'm open to suggestions from both sides so that we can answer. And I'm saying that we are not imposing it, like I said, ini hanya kita setuju secara prinsip saja. Implementation, KBSC MRCC on record, please minute it that we won't implement it if KBSC MRCC not in the task force and we don't accept it. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you, Radha Yuvraj. Now we move on to the debate session.
Hello, I'm Sas. So I would just like to understand, so in the essence, basically we're trying to implement that past midnight, getting inside the mahala will not be a compoundable offense anymore.
Mesti ada biometric. With the biometric. You must have proof that you are a student. Actually, we have also tried to ease that, saying that not only metric card, sebenarnya kalau betul tak ada metric card, I maklum is approved also lah kan. But the general rule would be metric card. General rule is
Okay, brother.
Okay, I'm from Bangsa Gombak. So I would like to highlight two
points. Okay, first is thank you Raj for explaining regarding the Student Disciplinary Rule 2004 amended 2006, Part 2 Mahala Discipline on Rule 38, which says a resident student shall not after midnight remain outside his mahala except with permission given by or on behalf of the principal. So basically, yes, based on the current practice, students entering mahala or campus will be compounded. But if you refer to the Mahala Standing Order 2004, which says that this standing order of the International Islamic University Malaysia is derived from the Students' Discipline Rules 2004, and all preceding standing orders relating to the Mahala discipline procedures are rescinded, means it is revoked. And if you refer to Part 9 of the Residential Procedures on the Mahala Standing Order, Part 20, resident students shall not leave the hostel after 12 a.m. except with written permission from the principal. This is saying that just for entering Mahala or the campus compound, you should not be compounded. There is no rule for that. Thank you.
I would like to add actually on the permission given by principal of Mahala. I'm not talking businessly. I have proved. I will send it to all of us in the member of parliament group. We have done a survey, and there are a lot of students who face this problem. I believe we can all resonate with it, that the principals don't pick up the calls even if it's 12 a.m. We cannot depend on principals and fellows in order to get the permission. We have discussed this with OSEM again, and OSEM was open to suggestion giving being to the student bodies in order to give the permission in and out. But there is no proper discussion done yet. But secara prinsipnya mereka bersetuju. We are still yet to discuss what are the do's and don'ts, who can be approved, who can be not approved, what are the reasons. So itu juga satu masalah dengan this particular rule sebenarnya. I think if you have any of you face, you would have. If you want to call pun dia tak angkat.
Sumaya.
Fatihah from Sumaya. I would like to understand this motion later when you say revisit the curfew. So what do you have in mind, the time frame? Do you have it now? I understand we will discuss it later about the time frame, till when you can get inside, but do you have any proposal idea?
No, same. Up to 12 you can get in without any identification.
Okay,
12 to 6 you must provide identification.
With justification. Get into Mahala, get into UIA with justification, strong justification.
No.
Any reason?
Yes.
Okay. And sorry. And also I agree with your statement just now that sometimes the principal, even fellow, could not pick up the call. And I agree that the power shall actually be vested into MRCC per se in allowing the student to be brought out of Mahala using ambulance. Because for your information, even at night, the ambulance, we cannot call them. MRCC wasn't given the power to call them, only principal. But if principal is asleep, what do we do?
Yeah. We have actually proved of cases where students have actually been injured and they couldn't call ambulances. I think it's time for students to take. But there are some considerations to make lah. Student pun tak boleh 24 jam berjaga kan. Takkan kita nak ambil shift siapa yang nak jaga call tu. So we really need to find siapa yang staff yang kerja macam OSEM, they have to find some implementation.
I would like to propose the ambulance method to be brought as well.
Okay, sure. Just one final thing to add. Sebenarnya, like I said, OSEM universiti lain, dia sebenarnya universiti yang memang boleh keluar masuk. You can just enter, go out anytime you want, nobody's going to check you. But since we are an Islamic uni and we are taking into account our safety, our intilat and everything, we would like to take care of our sisters' safety as well and our, So what we would like to do is that what we are suggesting also, that our university, we no longer will ask for permission to go out. Instead, what we are suggesting is that there will be a notice given in order to go out. So we, let's say, kita akan buat macam simple contoh saya bagi, ni bukan sistem betul. Sebab saya ni tak pandai buat IT, so saya cakap Excel lah. Let's say pakai Excel, Google Excel. So what you do is, you want to go out, right? You put in your name and the matrix number there, and you leave the campus. Every time you leave.
Macam logbook waktu CFS tu.
Macam tu, tapi we make it much easier lah, dekat air malu macam tu. But why are we doing this? We want to make sure that the safety, because let's say some student goes out and they go missing or anything, we must have the record that the student actually went out. Okay? So that is why we are prioritizing the safety. We are not going to go extreme, don't worry. We understand that. And to punish everybody to punish all 24,000 students for one segelintir golongan kecil yang buat maksiat kat luar is unnecessary. I don't believe that all of us here are going out at night to do something wrong. It's a very small group, but we are being punished for that. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right. Assalamualaikum everyone. My name is Ansel Jamil. I'm the Vice President from IIUM from the Mobile campus. I would, first of all, thank you, Raj, for your argument. I would like to add to your argument. I would like to support it. Regarding the crime rate increase, I think it's completely irrelevant here because even with the time 12 o'clock being the curfew time, I'll give you an example. If I enter with my car at 11:59, no one is going to ask me. But at the same time, I stopped at the petrol station, filled up gas, and I came back at 12:01 or 12:02, then I'm an outsider. But if someone from outside, they know the rule, of course, if they have to commit any crime inside UIA, obviously they know the rules of UIA. So if they enter at 11:59 or before, they can enter without metric card, without showing any money, not even being a student. But after 12, even students cannot enter. We need to argue with them. We need to give excuses. We need to lie to them because even if you give a valid excuse, they will not agree to it. It makes you lie to them, which is obviously against our Islamic principles. So I believe even the time being 12 o'clock for asking your metric card and your reason to leave the campus, why are you coming back late? It's not a valid time. It's not a valid reason to pick 12 o'clock the time. Either you keep, either you ask for metric card always, or you don't ask at all.
Others? I'm Ali from welfare, campus welfare. So I once asked Osam before regarding the, at least we discussing on the leniency. What if student wants to get outside, go outside after 12 midnight, and then Osam said that before this they approve lah, meaning like they give the leniency to students go outside after midnight, and then there was a few cases lah, which is students get into accidents, and then their parent, his parent or her parents, I don't know his gender or her gender, they want to sue the university lah. So I think one of the mechanisms that we can also look into is for those students who want to go outside, perhaps we ask for their agreement, meaning like the responsibility shouldn't be under university anymore when they are outside. So I think we should look into this perspective as well.
Yes, we'll take that into account definitely, because if we give up our right to sue the university because we're going out, I think that is a fair trade with the university.
Just to add on one more thing. Again, with the 12 o'clock thing, like what Brother Ali has mentioned just now, there will be a state of urgency if you keep 12 o'clock time. I mean, I know friends who fly to the university at 11:55, 11:45 coming from far. So this actually increases the chance of accidents happening rather than avoiding it. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is
Hello, I'm Emily from IFC. I would just like to supplement Raj's reason to oppose, as we are all adults. So we have to have our freedom to make choices. So there is this one psychological theory. It's called self-determination theory. So this theory proposes three key psychological needs, which is competence, autonomy, and relatedness. We're talking now about autonomy when people who feel like they have control over their actions and choices, which is the autonomy. So they are more likely to intrinsically motivated to engage in the task. Therefore, I give an example like types of parenting. We have a few types of parenting, right? Authoritarian, authoritative, and everything. So we can see that usually the kids that are wilder are coming from the parents who are stricken. So this applies the same thing to us. So we have to be given the autonomy to make our own choices, to so that we will build the discipline within us instead of being forced to follow the discipline.
Okay, thank you. I think we should close the. Is it a suggestion or anything?
Suggestion and comment.
Okay. Make it quick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alright, for the first thing, about the example lah. In CFS, they have apps or anything. Maybe we can, or SU and other things can go through that. Because CFS, maybe in two tenure or one tenure, just use that system. Firstly. Secondly, we call about the cases. So does we want to do the cases be exist first? So because of that, Islam have satu zara'an. We close that thing. But I pray if this be implemented, may Allah is us and save us. And the last but not least, maybe the SU can make the program to educate students to use that wisely and properly. So that's it for me. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, everyone. I think that's all for the debate session. Now we move on to the voting. Since there is a few amendments by Sister Sumaya, from Sumaya, and also, but there is an amendment to the mechanism, not amendment to the motion. So we'll straight to the voting for the motion. Now I would like to call for vote to agree for motion number 9 and motion number 8. Please raise your hands.
Total approved 47.
Okay, now raise your hands if you want to reject the motion.
Zero.
Abstain.
Mr. Speaker, if I may. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, if I may. Raj, this is a good motion. Actually, we agree, but as all of us know, MRCC is bound with our principal administration, So we agree, but after this, we can talk about this. However, we need to stay for now and bring these to cops, include cops, and then we see how.
Comes in the Secret Council principle.
Okay. How much for the? Okay. Total abstain.
Total abstain 10.
Okay. So the result of the revisit the curfew provision in students disciplinary regulation is approved with the total of 47 approved, 0 reject and 10 abstain. Now, I think we can move on to the next motion before we take a Zoho break. We straight to motion number 9. Motion number 9. Reduce title.
I would like for the remaining motions to be moved to the next session because I also would like to have a discussion about the motion.
Parliament Commission.
Alright, so we may extend the next motions to be presented during the evening session. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, we will take a break, and we will take a break for Zoho, anti-Zoho. We will take a Zoho break, and after this, we will continue for the evening session.
I believe the concern is about we have a split decision in touch, but anti-Zoho too, we have to take a break for Zoho prayer. So I would like to propose for this motion to be moved to after break, but other motion, I believe there are few other motions that haven't been brought by MSU, but other societies. So you can look into it. Specifically, this motion to be moved to next.
Number 10, disability. Okay, now we proceed with the motion number 10, request to open the office of Disability Service Unit, DSU, in the IIUM campus. I would like to invite Brother Muhammad Shazrul Izhar bin Muhammad Shuaib from the IIUM Maktoum Club. Please.
Sorry, our representative is still not here yet for IMAC. Mr. Brother Sharaf Isam.
Okay, since our representative is not here yet,
Wait, I request a break.
we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
ISP, ready to go. Please engage.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask clarification on what happened?
Okay, so basically, supposedly from 1 to 2:30, if I'm not mistaken. So if we were to take a break now, we need to take a break until 2:30 for evening session to reconvene, to give to allow everyone to have a Zoho prayer.
Is it enough time for from 2:30 for rest of the motion? How many motions?
So, but I'm afraid that we have quite a numbers of motion to be discussed for the evening session if we were to postpone everything to evening session.
That is just confirmation. Please, for now, it's 5 minutes.
Break.
Can I have all officers please ikut je?
Assalamualaikum everyone. If you have any emergency motion to be proposed to this current city, please meet with Sister Iya at the back.
Macam nak tahu ada berapa orang dalam ni?
Function. Banyak juga justify dalam group. Anyone that ada apa emergency motion, please submit this to the function.
Officer
tentang konsep tapi kita tentang pelaksanaan itu haruslah berdasarkan undang-undang student guideline and procedure bila procedure. So the problem with the procedure ni satunya so we consider this house supaya kita buat term of reference kita buat term of reference which is macam contract lah with the MRCC and also the untuk kita amend balik macam mana kita nak empower these two provision. Sebabnya adalah kita tak boleh lihat dua so implementation adalah firstly adalah kita nak buat there must be integration consideration in the program. It must be compliant. What is compliant? what we cadangkan syariah compliance is anything that is important to the IIUM member. Dengan juga di IIUM sendiri diperhatikan prosedur. Kedua adalah the board of approval, which is the final say in any society. We must be in accordance with two provision as put in the IIUM resolution that each society must rely or must basically empower the Islamic wing of each society so that they are given authority to advise ataupun to advise on these two provisions. So it must go through macam quite lah. So that's all lah. Yeah. Okay, so these three things is one of the things that kita kata yang kita akan buat KBSC and also SU. So bila kenapa kita tak nak buat ini in the constitution, kan ada orang tanya kenapa kita suruh semua orang amend the constitution saja. Sebab if you amend the constitution, you won't find a platform atau you won't open lagi a gate for us to discuss. That is why kita dalam lepas itu preference kita dalam cakap sebagai kalau kita nak fokus ke constitution. That's why first kita at least kita ada jawapan di dalam waktu. So that's the thing lah.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Can I get your attention first? Okay, so basically, I will give you 10 more minutes for break, and after that we will reconvene this parliament with emergency motion first, before we continue with the rest of the motion for today. Thank you.
We talk about this.
Tapi semua orang tanya orang mau enggak? Relax. Kelah buku main tak kasi kita weh.
Aku bangun pukul 8 apa? Lebih aku siap. Gelap. Mak pukul 10. Tengah.
Dua terus lah tiba. Aku sedang 8 hari kita selesai. Sampai aku takut orang akan jawab leng.
Aku pula aku ni.
Motion bila satu tu
Tak lah, ingat aku relate lah macam lambat lah masa motion. Masa lambat sikit ni, buat motion. Tengok dah bentang lah.
Lepas sebab yang mesti
Di awal kan?
sebab motion yang lebih macam nak discuss lagi lah.
Kau semalam dah discuss ke?
Ada ni semalam. Di sana ada. Aku macam lepas tunggu membok ni aku tidur.
Kau tidur lah?
Bangun tidur pukul 10 lebih ke. Bangun tidur, straight pergi subuh. Lepas tu tidur ngantuk. Tu lewat.
Are you ready to play?
Your slide is A4? Wow, why you use A4?
You already checked this one, right? This one.
Then you know what is it? This is tongue. This guy's tongue because I want to
This one. I'm next to you. Let's go. You know what is a block? I got shoot.
Down. Is it that way?
Yeah,
Moving
it's that
to So, there should be another motion on tuition fees for international students.
I would get.
So it's combined.
Yeah.
So that motion 9, you will be combining with the boost motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. You look so.
Nice of you doesn't know anything with him. Just you want to do what you
I will. Yes, you would.
Okay, if you want to just speak in the parliament, let's go ahead. I don't mind. But I want to just want to
Can I help you?
Yeah, pergi.
Sampai juga yes.
Tapi sumpah macam Nilofa. Kenapa you nak sumpah?
Assalamualaikum everyone, please be seated now. Attention everyone, please be seated. Everyone, please be seated now. I would like to clarify a little bit of problems that we're having here. Please. Yang berhormat. Duduk semua, duduk. Ni kenapa bangun ni?
balik. Adik-adik. Balik. Anak order. Standing order. Sudah duduk ya hari. Okay, so I hope everyone seated. Okay, now let me address few things that we have, a few problems that we're having right now. I was actually quite disappointed with some of you that you come here to the parliament not well prepared with your motion. Supposedly, since the start of the day, you dah submit everything. You dah finalize with your society couple on things that you nak bawa. That's the thing. But instead, you are representing your society, KBS, even SU, unprepared, which I am clearly disappointed. And which caused the problem that we're having right now. I tahu kita semua puasa. And that is the biggest, I rasa macam, kenapa kita jadi problem today. But some of us puasa, so cannot think straight. Okay, so sekarang ni, I'm confused. So, saya berdiam sama. Okay, so let me clarify. There is an emergency motion submitted by Brother Hussein. Okay, so basically, can you clarify what is the motion and what is it about?
Okay, so basically, the motion is about the international students, their experience in IIUM. What is how they are struggling here in IIUM in terms of the tuition fees, in terms of the facilities, in terms of visa unit. These are the issues that I wanted to highlight here in this parliament.
Okay, but however, since you mentioned about tuition fees and some of the problems aroused, I would like to clarify that from the Office of Speaker, we cannot accept your emergency motion because we think that your motion is actually redundant with the motion that will be submitted by Ansab, if I'm not mistaken, about the tuition fee.
For Ansab, it's completely different because I'm going to talk also about the visa unit. And Ansab, he will go through in details of the tuition fees. He will expand in these topics. I'm not going to expand it. This is just like the sum of the topics that I'm going to talk about here in this parliament.
Is it possible for you to include the sub into the motion that you submitted? Because it's still correlated in some way, right?
It's not going to be the same. It's going to be totally different between me and Ansab. What he's going to present is totally different about what I'm going to present.
Okay, Ansab, can you clarify how is it different from your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From my side, I think I am the Vice President of IMSU, so I'm talking on behalf of all the students of MSU Gombak. Well, Hussein is the IO officer, so his concern is regarding just the international office. I'm going to be going deep into just the tuition fee issues regarding international students, but how it also affects the local students here in our campus.
Alright. So if we look through the emergency motion slides that you sent to us, somehow it focuses on facility, right? Facility, and also there is a few slides that focus on tuition fees. I think the reason why the commission reject is because it's also included on the tuition fees. But if they want to discuss on facility itself,
I think facility, but not just discuss on the elevation of facility just now.
okay, understood. So, what to be said, I think it's either to bring that matter together to join with the motion regarding facilities.
I think the only person in the proposed emergency motion is only the visa unit.
The visa unit. Okay.
The facilities and also the reduction of the fees has been discussed and also
will be discussed. Okay.
Issues with the management of
Alright, regarding the visa, is there a mechanism that you want to propose? Or it's just like a complaint?
It's actually a complaint and also mechanism how we can actually enhance the visa unit here in IIUM.
I think
Yeah, sister. Actually, I'm going to talk not the same with Answer. Answer, he would say how the tuition fees actually affect the Malaysian here or the locals. For me, I'm going to talk about why the international students now is decreased here in IIUM. And I'm going to put some reason for that. So this is my concern. It's not going to be the same of Answer, but yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, so we have just come to the conclusion. I'm gonna talk about the visa unit, and then but there is some statistics from Ahmad and from the IML I want to present it. But anyways, I'm going to present about the visa unit, and answer me will talk about the tuition fees, and then actually I can debate with him. So.
Okay. So we would like to request you for the amendment motion to be resubmitted again with the amendment of the motion, focusing only on international student experience or the visa process. Can you?
What about the why the international student decline?
Okay, so this international experience, okay. Okay, so you just need to amend the title of the motion.
Okay, Brother Hussein, let me explain about the function of the parliament. The function of the parliament is for us to discuss on certain issue and get a collective voice how to settle on the matter. Right now, you are representing your office, which is an international office. You are the head. So basically, you are the one who is responsible to make a regulation for your office. So imagine, for Sumaya, how can she help you with visa matters? I'm going to ask you that. That's why we are reluctant actually. But however, if you focus matters concerning the visa and all, we can accept that motion. But if you got it touch as a whole,
Let us ask the other MPs first if there is any other motion to be discussed right now. Emergency motion.
Mr. Speaker, actually from the Parliament Commission itself, we just received a request from LOSOP for the emergency motion to discuss further about the amendment to the content of motion form by Brother Fatih just now regarding the attendance of the members.
Okay, are we allowed to do that because the motion already passed?
Because tadi you said if we want any amendments, we need to
It should be during the debate session of the motion.
during the debate session we need to send an emergency motion.
Okay, so basically, how you want to amend the amendment is during the motion is presented, you propose. I think this is a rather. I think it is. Okay. Okay, so basically, you have to propose for amendment during the motion was being discussed, and then we will discuss on the amendment that you propose, specifically you mentioned, and then baru kita akan vote for that amendment, or kita akan vote for the motion. Yes.
The motion has already passed
Yes. We didn't understand that like, we have the ability to do that. So we're requesting perhaps we can send an emergency motion to discuss the amendment.
Okay. Because the speakers, if we discuss about the amendment, it will.
Okay, so I believe that the motion already been approved by the MPs just now. So I think for the amendment, it should be done before the approval, before the voting session itself, or before the presentation itself. So since we already got the majority from the MPs to approve, then we still proceed with the result.
MSS, previously we did ask regarding amendment, can we pass the motion with an amendment during the motion was being discussed? However, it was told to us, but provide an emergency meeting. We didn't understand the fact that we need to provide an emergency meeting during the discussion of the motion.
Okay. So here's the thing to clarify, right? I think there is a kind of confusion at the end earlier of Parliament. We said that if they want to amend, they should propose for emergency motion at the end of the session. So that is not to be true lah. Supposed to be during the session, as you mentioned earlier. So because it was told to them during the earlier session, yeah, that is how they're supposed to done. Are we going to entertain the request for amendment?
So actually, you need to know the difference between the emergency motion, the procedure, with the amendment procedure. So basically, our legal affairs Isha and Nuri already mentioned about this yesterday during the briefing with the MPs. So basically, it's two different things that you need to know. So yeah, as on behalf of Parliament, I'm sorry to say that we are not going to entertain it as we need to focus on the other motions. Thank you.
Okay. So here's the decision. Kita akan proceed dulu with the international. Kita akan proceed with one last emergency motion from the international office, and then we'll take a break for this whole year. Okay. So now let's.
Office of Legal Affairs, just clarification. So we are not going to do the registration of amendment of.
We discuss.
We discuss, right?
After. Alright. Alright. So for that.
Yes. So brother, Hussein, you may. We will discuss on the motion number 12, which is an emergency motion titled Improving International Student Experience and University Facilities. I would like to invite Brother Hussein to present his motion.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Today, I would like to address crucial issues concerning our nation's education must do the decline in enrollment of international students at IIUM. As a globally recognized educational institution, IIUM has been a beacon of academic excellence, attracting students from a diverse background. However, recent trends indicate a troubling decline in international students enrollment, posing a threat to IIM as a premier international university and potentially jeopardizing Malaysia's position as a preferred destination for global education. So, next. So, as you can see here, guys, clearly here, this is the statistic from the Ahmad, not from me, guys. This is statistic from Ahmad. Ahmad had provided a statistic of the international students, how they actually enrolled for this university from 2018 to 2023. Why I'm actually highlighting on from 2018? Because in 2018 or 2018-19, the IIM has actually doubled the price for the international students. So as you can see here, this statistic, and 2018 it was about like 563 students enrolled in IIM, like for the whole batch from 2018 to 2019, and we go like slowly 2019, 20, that we see how they drop the international students here in IIM. It's like significantly drop. And we go 2020, 2021, until we reach to 2022, 23, we've seen that only 14 students, they have enrolled in IIM, which is like International Islamic University, which is like international come at first before Islamic University. And you can see here, only in 2023, only 14 students, they applied for this university. The question is, who's the international that came in 2023? Are they from the Middle East? Are they from Africa? No. They are from Thailand, they are from Indonesia, they are from Brunei, which technically they are Malay. They are not internationals like in general like internationals. So they are the neighbor of Malaysia. So okay, so why I'm actually like pushing or keep pushing for the tuition fees of IIM? Because after they actually doubled the price for IIM, when they double price, nobody comes. As you can see here clearly, 97.52. It actually has changed from 2018 to 2023, and I believe that most of those people here in this hall, they are not aware of international students. What I mean by they are not aware, why they are not international students, they are really important, not only for the diversity that we have international from people from different countries. No, they are also important for the economy, for the country. How? When the international students come to this country and they have a good impression for this country, they will come again. They will come again as a tourist. They will bring their families. They will bring their relatives to this country. So this will promote this the economy of this country. And
Okay, and now actually we have seen that in the recent years, my friends, my relatives, they are tend to go to other countries like Turkey, like other places which is Islamic places. But however, I've been in so many countries. There is nothing like Malaysia. Malaysia is the best country in terms because it's Islamic country, and also it will teach us in English. So this is the advantage of this university. Why I'm keeping actually push about this university because this university is really important. If it was this problem with other universities, NUU, ABU, I would not actually advocate for that because this university is really important for the whole Muslims in the world. This is the destination. They came here to study Sharia. They came here to study Islamic banking, which we are not gonna find in other countries. So that's why this university is really important, and this university means a lot to me. That's why I'm actually keep advocating for this university. Go next. The other issue, the visa unit. The visa unit. Okay, the visa units actually we've received every day complaints about visa, and this and also the outdated facilities. We go back to the visa. Just go next. Okay, the outdated. Most of the facilities that in IIUM is the old. Even the curriculum, they been teach us from 2010 until now. We are still like using the same curriculum that we have used in 2010 and 2005. The same thing that we are saying. Even though the knowledge now in this world has been advanced, but IIM is still the same. Didn't change anything. So this is another issue.
Understand. Please make it summarize.
Yeah, go ahead. So this like comparison between APU, UVM, IEM. See the facilities that between the other universities. Next, UITM, USM, UM. Next, IIUM. This is our university. That's the international students that came here. See actually the other universities how they are. UVM. Next, IIUM, UTM. Next. IIM, our facilities, this is our university. That's why the international students don't want to come to IIM because of this stuff. UVM, next, 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 next. If in the gym, see the other gym, the other university. Just go next, next. This is the. So by the way, this guys, this picture that I provided, this I didn't provide from the internet or something like this. I've asked literally from all the friends, my friends from other universities, can you please just take a pictures of this facility so we can actually make comparison. If you can see here for the tuition fees, between IIM
I give you 30 seconds
yeah,
to summarize everything.
just like for okay, so let's go for civil engineering, and you can actually make sure about the tuition fees later on if you want to check. Just it's up to you guys. For civil engineering, we pay 10,000, while UPM we pay 8,000 or 700. So if you see this, the gap of the price of the tuition fees, and even though we don't have a good facilities here in IAM, we don't have like a proper system for visa unit, we don't have like so many things that is not proper like other universities. That's why the international students they are declined in IAM. As we have only now 14 students, and I have just asked from Brother An, he said in Bako, in the whole campus, there's only 5 international students. So this is another issue. So let's go on next.
Thank you, brother. I think we need to stop here. Okay. So now we move on to the debate session. Anyone has any suggestion or something that you want to add?
President or President. The root cause that international office should explain to dates regarding more to visa unit, which is the main core of international students' problem. So I believe that maybe Brother Hussein, can you please explain a little bit more about what exactly the problem with the visa unit of IIS?
Okay, so
What? Visa, go to the
for the visa unit, as you guys like, we receive everyday complaints. Okay, I think that the main problem with the visa unit is the staff that they are working in the visa unit. They don't know how to deal with the international students. Students from the backgrounds, from different cultures, different backgrounds, they don't know how to deal with them. Like they just simply say, okay, go back to your country. They feel like when they go back to your country, this is something is simply just go back to your country. They don't know that international students, they're going to pay 5,000, 6,000 just to go back to their countries. So this is the issue. And then when we go to review the issues with the visa unit, we see this issue, this can be solved. Like it's like a minor issue that could be solved, but they just like make it very hard for the students. Also for the blocking visa, almost like if anyone like if he didn't renew his visa on time or before time, they will block his visa and he have to like he will be overstay after that. So this for the mechanism of the visa unit. Firstly, like, I would like to, which is my supposed to do, is like to train the staff that are going to work in the visa unit, to train them how to deal with the students that from different backgrounds, different cultures, and also if it would be better if the international are working in this office, not the locals, because international know how to deal with the locals. So this is the two suggestions I would like to say suggested for the visa unit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
In sense, perhaps I would like to advocate as well for Brother Hussein. I think it's very important for us to remember the fact that they pay that much. And okay, maybe we as local students, we get to just accept whatever facilities we have. Okay, because people will say, you are subsidized already. You cannot complain all that much because you don't pay all that much. But it doesn't apply, it's not the same implication for international students. Imagine you going to a private university and then getting such horrible facilities. I think it should be one of the main priorities of IIUM to maintain our quality so that, because it's also in the name, right? International university. If we boast about having amazing scholars, Omar Sulaiman coming from the university, and we want more people like that coming from our university. It's very important to, it's very important for us to take care of the welfare of international students.
Thank you, Empress. Any other suggestion?
Bismillah. I think because only Ansar and also Hussein in this parliament only they two only international student as a Rashla in here. So I think as a members of parliament we must acknowledge that international student exists. In Pago, in Kuantan, also in Gombak. So I hope all the members of parliament could support this motion. It's not only a matter of welfare, but it's also for a good education to give, because I'm quite tired to hearing about my international student friends always write about the visa unit and also so on. So I hope from this our collective support, collective voices in this parliament, we could have strong voices from our parliament to make sure the IUM accountable about international student affairs. I think that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Or we just move on to the vote? Okay. So we move on to the voting. Okay.
What is the mechanism they want to vote on?
Brother Yusuf, can you clarify on what is the mechanism that you want us to vote for?
Okay. So for the visa unit, I would like to change the staff from the local to internationals because I feel this is the proper way because international know how to deal with the internationals. Local staff, they don't know how hard or hardship they're going to face when they just go back to their countries. And moreover, if it would be possible, not only to train them, if we could have like a course to train them how to deal with the international, because it's really hard to deal with the international somehow. So this is the 2 points that in my concerns that I would like to vote for. Yeah, thank you.
I have a question. Can you state your name or institution?
Education officer.
Okay.
Just
trying to clarify from you what was the statement again. Let's say if we do get a collective agreement here, what would be the next action after this?
Okay, let me just
I
say
don't
something.
think changing stuff.
For us, we cannot do anything. I know no one here can do anything except the High Minister of Education. But I'm just like bringing this issue here. I know no one here they can actually change anything for the internationals because this is like complicated issues, and as a result for that, only 14 students applied for the last semester. This how it's really like a serious issue. So no one can actually change it unless the ministry can actually interfere in these issues. So yeah, I wish. So we can actually suggest these issues to the ministry.
I believe that I believe you have to understand that the nature of the parliament. Basically, all the motions are basically proposal in nature. So, if you wish to, let's say, change the stuff of international students, international office, sorry. So I believe the mechanism that you have to propose is to actually to bring the collective voice to propose to change the stuff. And the mechanism itself, you have to maybe specify it, maybe bring this to director office, project office to bring this to international office, I don't know. But yeah, basically all the motions and mechanism are basically proposal in nature, I believe in the student parliament, so we have to differentiate between that.
Okay. Okay, Madam Hussein, I would like to ask whether there is any specific mechanism on your behalf, just one line, one thing that you want to do, so we can vote. Because if you present a motion, then it will end with a voting. It is stated clearly in the same order.
We can actually like bring these issues to the ministry maybe or something because for something that if you are not like out of your hand, but what is under our hand is actually we can bring together all of us to bring these issues to the ministry. So the ministry maybe he can put this into his account and maybe he will take actions regarding that. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sister,
Perhaps what I can suggest is maybe we look at a smaller scope. Let's look at what is the jurisdiction of the university, right? So maybe before this, the office will not entertain any complaints within regarding visa and whatnot. So maybe this motion would pressure the higher ups to pay attention and perhaps have an investigation on why the visa unit is so stern and whatnot. Just like we did with Austin, right? We're able to make them more lenient. So why not implement the same thing for visa unit and the students? So maybe we cannot change the all of the stuff, and we cannot bring it to the ministry just yet. But we can pressure the officers to use use the power that they have under their jurisdiction to make things easier for internationals. It's a proposal to do that.
yes, Sister Fatini.
Saya enjoy.
Yes,
So if I wish to speak, so basically, I need to seek clarification on the details of implementation that we will have. Like, we want to pressure the management, we want to pressure the ministry, but what kind of specific thing that we want to do? Like, macam nak buat statement ke, sebab di parlimen, we collect all the voices of the student leaders. So we need to know, either nak buat statement ke, macam mana nak push the university to take action on this. I think everyone must be clear on the implementation part because nak buat statement, ask the majors to all the student leaders punya organisation ke apa ke. So you need to be clear the implementation part on what you want to do. That's all.
Because why I emphasize on voting? Because it's stated clearly in the standing order. And I have the obligation to honor the standing order. So what I propose for the voting is for us to have a collective voice to fight for the international students. Is it okay with everyone? Okay. So we'll start with the vote for agree.
To vote generally ke?
To vote generally. Please raise your hands if you agree with the proposed motion.
Total approved 58.
So, total approved. Please raise your hands if you reject this motion.
Total reject 0.
0. Abstain?
Total abstain 1.
2. So basically,
Speaker.
yes.
Speaker. Adi. Yes, Adi.
Okay.
Because of kita ada because there are a few members of parliament that just arrived, so maybe the number is increased lah. So just for the knowledge of the speaker. Okay, thank you.
Sure. But somehow we already voted. Okay. Sister Fatini, yes.
Sorry, but again, I could foresee that some of the measures to be implemented after all of us vote for approved or not. So as we vote for the general motion to raise this motion, I think the implementation part to be clear and communicate that international office should have the consensus and collective voices on the next step on what to do for this motion. Not only decide and use our voices to the general voting. Thank you.
So what are you suggesting?
As we just voted for the general motion, I think the next step we need to have all of our consensus before proceed with anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sister Fatini. So, for this general motion, the result is it was approved with the vote of 58 agree, 0 reject, and 2 abstain. Thank you. So, brothers and sisters, we will now have a break from our morning session. Please be reminded to enter the hall at 2:15 p.m. before we start our afternoon session. The afternoon session will continue at 2:30.
Can I be given a moment to ask a question to one of the officers?
Sure.
Alright. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nuha, Chairman for Election Commission Student Union 2024. So I would like to take this opportunity in front of the student leaders to speak up on the issue that faced by the Election Commission, and I would like to direct this question to the treasurer. Okay, why is this question being asked here? Okay, because we believe that the union is ours, and hence the election of the student union is the closest to all the members of the parliament. So in this time, I'm standing here to ask for the last confirmation from the treasurer of student union in regards to the issue that we have been discussing on this one. Okay. First of all, I would like to make this disclaimer. This is not to make a fuss, but this is for us to acknowledge this problem and also for this issue to be minuted in this parliament. Okay. I think all of us have heard that money is not everything, right? Money is not everything, but we need money to do a lot of things. And hence, that's what the issue that faced by the Election Commission. It is regarding the budget of election. In regards to the budget of election, we proposed and we sent our proposal early on February, and I think early on March or end of February, we received the approval letter by student union with no budget at all for the election. However, to make it fair, we discussed with student union in regards to this, why so, and we accept the justification of student union because the approval is for us to book the venues and to proceed with the technical parts. And the budget is to be requested by the universities. So the election commission has gone through several discussions with the student union, president himself, the treasurer, the advisor of student union, Brother Izudin, the treasurer of student union, Pastenios, and also the Treasurer of Election Commission past tenures in regards to this budget. Fast forward, the latest confirmation has been concluded, I'll say, on last Wednesday, 20th March, from Brother Insulin, the advisor of Student Union.
No, can I interfere today? I want to ask whether this is an internet issue or issue that affects all of us in this
Seems to be internet issues. However, if this is not to be concluded today, it will affect all of us, and not only all of us, but all the students in IIUM.
Okay, since we are actually about to have our break, you can address your questions. I give you 1 minute to conclude your questions, and then the answer will be sent in written. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Okay, I'll continue. This is the one of the most important part. Last Wednesday, Brother Idris mentioned that SU cannot give the money, UIA cannot give the money to EC, and SU need to advance the money. On the same day, we met treasurer of SU, and he mentioned that he wouldn't release any money so long that the UIA won't never guarantee that UIA will give back the money to SU. Meaning to say, kalau UIA tak janji nak bagi duit election kat SU, SU tak bagi duit kat EC. So the confirmation that we would like to ask again, adakah treasurer still being firm with this statement that if UIA tak nak bagi duit to SU, meaning to say SU wouldn't give anybody to EC? Because your answer today is very important for us to decide what is the next step that we will take. Because we are just, our concern is we are just like roughly 1 week to be on April. April is the period that we are going to have the period of election until May. So, tak nak, we need to accept that this is a very serious problem. Without the money, we cannot execute anything. So, itu sahaja. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we should end here. And please.
I wish to speak one sentence on it.
Okay.
The process of the approval of the election for SU election 2024 is being too long to approve. Is one of the reasons is because the financial report of the past election hasn't been received by SU from the February. We asked for that, but we never received until now.
Okay, thank you.
Election of the past tenures from 2022 to 2023.
Sister, please stop. I think we should start our morning session right now. Any answers that was requested for the treasurer can be sent in writing to Sister Moha. Okay, thank you. Everyone, please have a break.
Alright, hold on.
That's something. Maybe we can just continue later on and just give some brief explanation on that so that everyone in this parliament today can get a rough idea what's happening to our union currently.
I think
this is a very, I will answer because it's very crucial and important for you.
I think that should be clarified right now.
I think I should support Haikal to clarify to the members of parliament about the current situation about financial of SU.
Because we need to have a right to reply. We can't just have
As it has
and
been
never
raised
even answer.
just now. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm here. Okay. Actually, we just received the information from one of the officers that handle Police Hall. Since it's Ramadan, we need to finish our sitting session for today by 4 p.m. So my concern right now is we still have 4 motions more to be discussed. So basically, all 4 motions have been approved by the Parliament Commission during the filtering motion. So we need to focus on these 4 motions. And I think for the questions from the Election Commission, you can discuss with Student Union behind this sitting and not during the sitting. Because I think we still need to present at least 1 more motion, maybe from ISD or IMEC or International Affairs.
Speaker, I believe we have to give at least 2 minutes for our treasurer to explain the current situation because election
We
commission
have
just
asked them to raise the question,
so we have the right to
reply. Okay, so she wants please let me speak. I'll give you 2 minutes, but no extension of time.
Okay, first of all, I will go to the history of the for the election. where in the first place, all the election expenses from the beginning of the establishment to the union has been funded by the university itself to the to election commission to IMSU. That's the first thing. And then we for the first election, we have been through a few complications, and then all of those bad history has affected our image with IIUM, which is resulted in a few things yang URA use that reason to not give us the funding anymore. But anyways, those all things has been cleared and also has been explained to the URA management. Well, now why I'm still eager and also firm with my stance to not give any funding to election commissions with the money that I have in the SU budget, because this is due to the sustainable of the student itself. Because if I didn't solve this problem and just take out the money, the funds that currently we have, the same problem will come to the next senior, and what we are going to face in upcoming years is the same problem. And at the end of the day, student doesn't have any more money to fund because of this kind of problem keep elevate every year and every election. So I'm proposing. What we are going to do is that we are going to make sure and work out with the URA on how it was going last time, and we need to make sure that URA is splitting and also funding for the election like what they have been done from the previous year. So that's my brief question for that. My brief answer for that.
Thank you, brother.
So there is an adjustment on our break session. So this is how it will be going. We'll continue with one motion more, and then we'll break at 1:50 to 2:30 just for the prayer, and then come back at 2:30 until 4 to discuss another 3 more motions. Okay? All right. So for now, okay. All right. All right. So now we'll continue on the last motion for this session, which is motion number 9, a review of tuition fees for international students. So I would like to welcome Brother Asad Samuel to present the motion.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Again, my name is Asad Samuel. I'm the Vice President for IIUM. I know you guys might be thinking, how is it any different from what Brother was saying as well? May I have my slides? Yeah. So, what I want to address today is this. I'm an international student. I came to Malaysia to study. Of course, I had recommendation from my seniors saying that this is one of the best universities in the world because we have a diverse community here. We have this, we have that, multiracial, multicultural, this, that. I came here, and every semester, international students were going down. Every semester that passes, I'm seeing less and less international students. Just for example, in my class, there's only 4 international students, including me, out of 40, out of 50. And those 4, only 2, like me and my friend who came with me from my school. And the other 2 are like people who settled in Malaysia with their parents. So, I think that the tuition fee is one of the biggest problem with this issue because, my slide please. Okay, so I think tuition fee is one of the biggest issue with this, because Jose mentioned earlier, from 2020, the tuition fees was doubled for international students, and there's various reasons behind it. Of course, the government, the university government had funding from other outside countries, which stopped, and obviously COVID and other reasons as well. Next slide, please. So. Yeah, so why is this important to be addressed? Why is this tuition fee issue important to be addressed? Is because the financial burden on international students is really high. There is a common belief that international students are somewhat financially more better than compared to the locals. It's not actually true. I know many international students who are really suffering back home, and they come here for the quality of education that Malaysia can provide them. So it is really important for us, at least the student leaders of this university, to address this issue and then reduce or like at least review the tuition fee for international students. I would also suggest the impact on diversity. Earlier we discussed International Islamic University, and we said Islam is one of the main pillars of our university, right? So international is also one of the main pillars. If the strength of declining international student continues, we won't have any international students left. This is a major issue because if there's no international students here, what is it going to be called then? Islamic University in Malaysia. Where is international? Right. If you look at the stats, I don't want to get into stats, but I would say like in IIUM has very less amount of international students right now compared to University Science Malaysia, University Malaya, and other private universities. We shouldn't compare IIUM to other universities. That's the first point. Like whenever we say, you might be asking like, why? Like other universities also have like almost similar tuition fee with us, but that's not the point. You should look at the foundation of IIUM. Why was IIUM formed? IIUM, the decision to make IIUM was based on an OIC meeting back in Makkah, Saudi Arabia, to have to make an Islamization knowledge, to have a university for us Muslims, to study according to the Islamic values and morals. So this is applicable to all international students, not just Malaysians, but we need more students. We need people from outside, people from all around the world to be coming here to have a diverse community to study and prosper together in this special university. It's not just any other university. Negative reputation, of course, we're going to have a negative reputation if we don't have many international students. Like I said, no international, but just Islamic University. Can I move to the next slide? Yeah. So what I propose is we review the tuition fee. Of course, we cannot do anything, but since we have 3 student bodies present here, we should force the management. We should strongly push the management to review the tuition fee, engage the stakeholders. In our meaning is that before we had 6 or 7 foreign governments funding the university. So my idea is this: we push the university management to go talk to the foreign governments and do that again. Right now, we don't have any foreign countries, foreign governments investing or funding our university. Once they start funding, we can use this pool of funds to subsidize the tuition fee for international students, just like how our local students are getting subsidies from their government. It doesn't necessarily have to be, let's say, X government funded Y amount, and only the Y amount can only be used to subsidize the X nationality students. We can use this pool of funds to overall subsidize international students so that more students can come in and have a better environment here in IIM. Next slide. So what I propose here is we should form a task force consisting of all 3 student bodies present here, so that we can address this issue to the Senate or the highest highest body in IIM to make basically to push them to address this issue and to review the tuition fee. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you so much for the presenter. Now we move on to the debate session. Open the floor for the MPs.
Brother, I have Sumaya Khaliha. I have one question only. So far, may I know, have you actually met the finance or Ahmad to discuss about this, and what are their response to you? Because as far as I understand, UIA you need to give and take. You want to lower the rate, however you need to give them something. I would say, frankly speaking, international student also source of income for UIA. But I think everyone will gonna approve this because this is so good. but UIA is going to be so demanding. So I would like to know first their response if you have met them, and second, give and take, we can push them, but how far they will give this achievement.
Actually, thank you for your response. Everything starts with baby steps, right? So if we don't do this now, it's gonna get worse next year. And worse after all, like I'm an international student until the point where there are no international students to like at least bring this topic to the parliament. So relating to your question, yes, Brother Hussein has met Ahmad and also the finance division. Recently there has been a discount given to the students, 20% discount, but there's a catch in this, guys. They increased the fees and then they decreased it by 20% and said it's discount. But it's not actually a discount. The tuition fee remains the same, but they increased it to a higher point and they said, oh, we'll give a discount and then got it back again. It's not actually discounted from what we are paying already. So this is the issue.
President, I would like to answer to Brother Vice President Sudiman to clarify on the specific mechanism that we would like, if we were to agree on this motion, what is the specific mechanism that you wish for us to do? Again, since three of the big student bodies are here, I would like all of us to, I just want you to agree on the principle that this is actually a concern and we need to form a task force to discuss on this later and then we can arrange a meeting with the higher ups and set management.
Okay, so regarding Sister Sumaya, she said, have you met anyone? I've met actually everyone in IIM. Victor from the Ahmad, from everyone. All of them, they said, the tuition fees to decrease it is not the solutions. And in my perspective, I see it is the solutions because once they actually double the price, nobody come to you, or the international students decline in IIM. So for me, if you want to make the course here in IIM 20K per semester, I don't mind. But what is the mind about it? Just fix the facilities in IIM, fix the education, fix the quality of quality of education. The curriculum is really old. Like we now in 2023, and we still have to study that the curriculum of 2000 or 2010. So how come you want the international to come here? You want them to come from their countries to come here to study old curriculum and also high tuition fees? That doesn't make any sense. And also, there's one thing that I would like to highlight on it. Back then in the Middle East or in any, for example, because I came from the Middle East, all the families, they will not actually allow for their daughters to go to study abroad. Listen carefully with this. They will never allow them. So you finish your high school, so you go and get married. That's all. There is no university unless if you want to go to study in the same country. However, they only allow them to come to UAE. Only UAE they allow for it. Why? Because it's Islamic university and Islamic environment. And then they actually increase the tuition fees. The quality of education is really low. So how come now you want the international come to this university? That's why I'm actually advocating for the tuition fees. I want them to reduce the tuition fees. So I'm not gonna stop here. I'm gonna also continue on this one. Not only for the internationals, because this the major issues. This also going to interfere with the local students to support their countries, to support the economy of this country. Because as I said to you, international students, the most of the international students, they come to UAE. They don't come to MMU, UB, IIU, UM. They come to IIM. So yeah, that's from me.
All right. Before that.
Okay, hi, my name is Al. I'm from representing IMAC. Actually, the issue that, not the issue, the thing that I want to ask regarding the increase of fees is that, is there a mechanism to assist so that we can work together? Because some IMAC students are under sponsorship, but not company or country-based sponsorship, but United Nations disability sponsorship. So, based on your argument, I agree, but is there a mechanism that we can work hand in hand together so that we can assist our student with disability is using UN grants, but we call them UN disability grants, SDG grants. Do you think you can assist me in that?
All right. Thank you so much for your question. That's actually one of the things I forgot. So you mentioned about the disability grant from UN, right? UN.
United Nations Disability Grant.
Yes.
We don't call them, in Malaysia we call that United Nations Disability Grant, but the official name is Sustainability Disability Welfare Grant by UN.
Yes, whatever it is. So let me tell you something. If you take your phones and look for IIUM scholarships right now, most of them are either for Malaysian students or like underprivileged students. There is no scholarships or grant for like average students who study well. So let's say if someone gets 3.8 CGPA plus, okay, there is scholarship for him. Of course, he's a good student. But what if someone gets 3.3 above? Most universities, not just in Malaysia, most universities worldwide, even in United Arab Emirates, in India, in any other country, if you take, there is scholarship for you to study well, not to become the best of the best, like top team there, but if you study well, there is scholarship. Here in IIUM, if you have above 3.8, you get scholarship. If below that, you have to be poor or needy, and there is like you have to submit your so many documents related to that. But like Malaysians have the problem of T20, B40, and M40 people, right? No one cares about the B40. That's the same issue we're facing. Like some people think international students are financially very stable, but no, actually no. We are actually the M40, or maybe even B40. But everyone takes care of the B40. T20 can take care of themselves, but M40, which I want to relate it to international students, have to suffer in the middle. I think, one more point. We can also push the management to have more scholarship for international students, working with the foreign governments and foreign organizations like Islamic Development Bank and other Qatar Foundation. And there are so many people out there who is actually willing to spend money on education, but it's just a matter of our university should push for it. I think I answered the question.
Yes, at the same time, I propose one mechanism that's very similar to you, is that we revise back our plan so that we can work with UN SDG Center in terms of helping international students.
UN SDG Center, the one that you mentioned earlier?
Yes,
sure. So we can work on it.
Because the disability grant, as you said, requires a prerequisite of some sort. So that prerequisite is not achieved by UIA yet at some point.
Yeah.
The checklist is not that.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking you. But you have answered my question. Yes, thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I think that's another question. Yes.
Yes, education.
The one that in.
Okay, so just like to highlight to the brother.
Not you. May I?
National education. I think in fact that the condition of our international friends, problem that they face, the mistreatment that they face with the visas unit, the bad conditions of our facilities actually portray how bad is the situation, not only for international students, but also for all of IIM students. I think in regard to what Sumaya said about give and take, I think the students in particular have given for such a long time, and now is our time to take back what is we deserving. So I think we should support the principle of this motion, because it is time for us to take back from the UIA, and we don't compromise. Okay, thank you.
Yes. I would like to, President, I would like to propose another mechanism for the reduction of tuition fee, because I believe basically our tuition fees will be reviewed, I think, four times a year in the university tuition fees committees. So, but the problem in tuition fees committees is we don't have any representation from students in these committees. So students are pretty much not know about what are going to happen, the increment of fees or the reduce of fees, of course, increase that. So basically, I want to propose a mechanism in collectively push the management to actually push for a representation of students in the tuition fees committees of IIM. Yeah.
Thank you, Brother Muntasir, for your suggestion. I think, yes, we can discuss all of these issues and suggestions and further mechanisms once we form a task force to push for this. Okay, so I think what we can do for task force consisting of student bodies, I met with President CPI, President Indonesian Association, Indonesian Association Student. So I think during this task force, making to establish this task force, it must include ISC, which is International Student Club, International Student Council. So from International IO, IMSU and also IIC and also ANSA to bring this motion. We can have a discussion with IIC to make sure all the students, especially from the IIC, this is not only from Indonesian, but from East Sumatera, can sit down and support this motion. I think that's all.
Just last thing, I just would like to highlight it to the brother. Our issue is not only to reduce the tuition fees, it's also to improve the quality of education. So if we improve the quality of education, keep it as it was now, 8,000, like 10,000 for the course, it's okay, per semester, it's okay. However, we need to just like to improve the quality of education. Once we improve the quality of education, we can actually bring international students. We have the connections. We can actually sign MOA with so many organizations. We can, like so many often traders, they are asking me if you have if the UAE reduce the tuition fees, just let us know. We're gonna bring international students. And the quality of education, we need to really to fix it. Not only just for us, like as we are here, or for Hussein. No, it's also for the next generation. They are coming after us to have a better environment here in IIUM.
Alright,
So yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think like for this motion is quite it covers a lot of parts. So I think like focusing on one thing at one time is very important. So, okay, alright, yes, please.
Ms. Speaker, I would like to highlight there has been a confusion for brothers and everything. I'm mainly focused on just the tuition fee.
Tuition is right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of like another matter on the previous general, right? Okay. Okay, sure. So do we have any more from the MP? How many minutes do we have left? So do we? 1 minute. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's the end of the debate session. Let's move to the voting session. Voting for review of tuition fees for international students. 44 MPs that vote for approve. Please raise your hand.
Total approved 53.
Thank you. 24 MPs that reject. Please raise your hand.
Zero.
Abstain.
Total abstain 3.
Alright, so the result of the reduced tuition fees for international students is approved with a total of 53 approved, 0 reject, and 3 abstain. Okay, so the parliament will take a break from now until 2:30. Please come back. 2:30 will begin, so please make sure that you come back to 15 at least. Alright, thank you.